Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if this is working, but either way, you can hear me. Can everybody hear me? Brilliant. Good morning, everyone. Please find your seats. Oh, I see, louder. Right. Thank you so much for the great energy I can already feel in the room. We have spoken quite a bit this morning about all the different environmental priorities. And I think a ringing theme is this energy transition. How do we move towards a green energy transition? How do we make sure it's just and it's inclusive? So I am quite honored to introduce the next session, which is a just transition towards clean energy in Asia. And to help us unpack these issues, going from gender justice, inclusivity, how we make sure it's just, will be Harpreet Kaur, Business and Human Rights Specialist for UNDP. Over to you, Harpreet.
Thanks, Belinda, and good morning, everyone. I think indeed this is a really, it's a really good start of the day because we've heard in the morning, how important is energy transition, but also the challenges that we have heard in the room. In fact, if I were to start, I think over the last couple of days since then, I've started preparing for the session. I'm no expert on the subject, but I think one phrase that I've heard from many people is that we are at a point of no return. And I'm sure many of you have heard this phrase repeatedly in the recent times. Indeed, we're exponentially accelerating towards a critical threshold beyond which environmental changes are becoming irreversible or significantly more challenging to mitigate. These interlinked and cascading effects of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, or as we call them, triple planetary crisis, are exacting a heavy toll on our individuals, communities, and economies, pretty much endangering our life on our planet. So continuing on this current path without taking significant action could indeed lead to more catastrophic consequences, including more frequent and severe weather events, biodiversity loss, resource scarcity, as well as economic instability. So what do we want to do? We can either invest in systems, solutions, and initiatives to achieve the net zero commitments, or we can continue on a path towards climate disaster and a shattered global economy. I think seeing all of you here in this room kind of gives a little bit of a hope. I think we all belong to the first category where we're trying to find solutions to the situation that we are in right now. So if we are to accomplish the essential and ambitious goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, we must undertake robust steps to ensure transition. This energy transition involves transitioning to renewable energy sources, improving energy efficiency, and implementing sustainable land use policies and practices, among other strategies. This also means that the global energy sector's shift from fossil-based system of energy production, energy consumption, including from oil, natural, and gas, to renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and lithium-ion batteries. In fact, deploying and expanding renewable energy technologies play an integral role in reducing our collective carbon footprint. However, if not done in the right way, it can come at the cost of workers and communities and social justice. We already know that the most egregious consequences of climate change are felt by those that are least responsible, so we must act. And there are different actors that have a play in this, in achieving just transition. At this session today, we're going to be focusing on the role of businesses who does have a huge role in ensuring just transitions. In fact, if you look at it, the corporate renewable market is expected to continue and it keeps growing. And in some ways also the demand has already been secured through initiatives such as the RE100 Coalition or even looking at the Renewable Energy Buyers Alliance. At the same time, we've all heard, I think even in the session early morning, we were sort of hearing about the adverse impact of renewable energy sector, but also, when we're moving towards this transition. Indeed, I was reading the first human rights benchmark of the largest renewable energy companies that was released by the Business and Human Rights Resource Center just recently. And it reveals that most of these companies lack the essential human rights policy to avoid abuse of the communities and workers on which this just transition depends. Further, the results of the benchmark suggest that none of the companies analyzed are currently fulfilling or fully meeting their responsibility to respect human rights as identified or outlined by the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Nearly half of these companies benchmarked scored below 10%, indicating that the industry has a long way to go to demonstrate their respect for human rights of communities and workers in their operations, but also within their supply chain. So the conversation today in this session will focus on what do we really mean by just transition. I think we've been sort of, hearing different definitions. We have heard different explanations. It means different to different people, but what does it really mean? And then we're going to go on to assess the challenges and good practices in realizing a clean energy transition in Asia. We would also try to explore how companies and others can ensure a just and clean energy transition in the region, a transition that leaves no one behind and is rooted in human rights, gender equality, and justice. And to deliberate on these topics, I actually do have a very, very illustrious panel. We have with us Matthew Caston, who's the Director, Senior Counsel at Maxon Solar Technologies, I think one of the largest renewable energy companies in the world itself, and lots of work here in Asia. So we would look forward to hear from you, Matt, in terms of what you are doing, but also where you see the challenges in moving ahead. We also have with us Maya Carino, who's the Advocacy Coordinator at the Legal Rights and Natural Resources Center. Maya works closely with the communities, and she works from the communities from where we've seen energy transition minerals, and Maya would share some of her experiences from the field itself. On my left, we have Mehek Masood, who's the head of sustainability and ESG at the Artistic Millionaires. And last but not the least, Sumi Dhanarajan, who's the associate director, Forum for the Future for Asia Pacific. Thank you for being here. I think I'm really looking forward to this conversation myself. Sumi, I'm actually going to start with you. I've been sort of trying to understand over the last couple of days more deeply, but I think over the years, we've been hearing about just transitions, and there seems to be kind of a lack of agreement on what does just transition really mean. We do have among the UN agencies, we do have a definition from ILO. We also hear definitions and explanations from UNEP and various other international agencies and institutions. But what does it really mean, just transition? How would you define it? What do you think are the key elements of just transition framework? Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you, Harpreet, and it's a pleasure to be here, especially with this panel. I was joking earlier that one of the reasons why I come to this particular conference, I don't generally like conferences very much, is because I get to meet old friends. So thank you, and it's a good opportunity for me to learn as well, because this is, and I am answering your question, a highly dynamic situation. And I think that explains why the definitions of just transition are still evolving with that, right? You're evolving at a time of crisis, so you're seeing that happen. And in those times, you're going to have definitions changing quickly. So I'm going to give you my version. It's by no means the right version, but it's a version that will, I hope, help my friends here to be able to frame up the discussions for this panel. So the first thing I would say in terms of a just transition, and this is important because I think often there is a view that when people talk about there needing to be a just transition, it's seen in opposition to a fast transition. But the first thing I will say is that a just transition necessitates this being a fast transition. We're breaching 1.5. I think we take that so lightly still, but we're breaching 1.5. We're feeling the effects of it. And if we are not careful, we are not going to stop at 2, 3, and then 2 and 3, we're dead, right? So, this needs to happen fast for it to be fair. The impacts will be extremely strong in Asia, especially in my home, Southeast Asia, and it will affect the most vulnerable, hardest. Harpreet, you spoke about that earlier. But we're slow to get out of fossil fuels, too slow in this region. in a Fair Finance Asia Stockholm Environmental Institute study very recently of 13 Asian countries, the dependence on coal, oil, and natural gas is still so high, and it's meeting 77% of electricity demands in the region still. Coal-fired generation is at an all-time high, even though this transition needs to happen, especially in the post-pandemic and in the context of the war in Ukraine. In 2022, the G20 allocated 1 trillion of fossil fuel subsidies versus only 265 billion to green energy. And this is extremely market distorting. But there is hope. India has revised its targets recently. It's committed to net zero by 2070, 50%, and move towards 50% of renewable energy in the mix by 2030. In the Philippines, the commitment is to 35% by 2030 and 50% by 2040. I'm highlighting these two countries in particular because I'm a bit more familiar with them in the context of an initiative that we're involved in, which I can speak to later. So the first is fast to be just. The second is an equitable, inclusive transition out of fossil fuels. And this is what we've heard about most, and importantly so. The ILO and other institutions have made huge efforts to raise this as an imperative. And in the early days of the just transition definition, it was shaped by this imperative and still is to a large extent. Unless we address the equity of the transition out of fossil fuels, whether it's at country level, right the way through to community level, worker level, if we don't address that, there'll be serious adverse social outcomes. And it's real, right? In Jharkhand, in India, which has the largest coal reserves in India, 300,000 people are directly employed in the coal sector and over 1 million more indirectly. How do we ensure that coal and fossil fuel dependent communities are not left stranded is something we have to pay acute attention to in terms of reskilling, creating new livelihood sources, and it has to be addressed. So that's the transition away from and ensuring there's fairness in that. Moving to the transition to renewable energy. And this has been a more recent evolution of the just transition definition and frame. How do we ensure that the transition to clean energy is ecologically safe and people-centered? We need to accelerate and scale. I've spoken about that already. But we can't do that with trade-offs on ecological safety, human rights, social justice. History has shown us that unchecked growth tends to result in extractive, exclusionary, degenerative practices and impacts. We have to learn from that history. And we're already seeing clear signs that trade-offs are being made. The Business and Human Rights Resource Center report, which you mentioned, Harpreet, and the Resource Center has for, at least 5 years now been focused on the renewable sector and paying attention to that, highlights a lot of these issues. And it's a difficult one for civil society organizations to work within, because you don't want to be seen as opposed to the transition. The transition has to happen. And yet you're wanting to say, look, let's pay attention to these issues. So how do we attend to the environmental and social impacts across the life cycle of these technologies and across the value chains? And I'm really glad that Matt will be able to speak to that later. Critical issues, land use and land acquisition. How do we ensure, Marjun mentioned earlier on, and this is important, participatory decision-making is taking place with these issues. We're going to be, and we are already experiencing the food energy conflicts, and those will evolve around land as well. Land for renewable energy, land for food. Can we ensure that there's land for both? The health impacts are very clear. Cultural and heritage issues. Indigenous peoples, Maya, I know you will speak to this later. are amongst the forefront of those that are defending land and calling for attention to be paid as land is taken for renewable energy, and often are feeling the very harsh brunt of that. Workers' rights issues across the supply chain. I'm Malaysian, was speaking at a climate governance conference recently, and First Solar had just published its audit, good for them, being brave about it, highlighting workers' rights issues in the production of panels. And then mining transition mineral issues that Maya will speak about, waste, biodiversity loss. Finally, transition outcomes. So we've talked about the transition process, but there is the need to ensure that this transition leads to just transition outcomes. We finally have the chance to build a truly responsible energy system. We've not had that before. This is our one chance to be able to do that, and we need to be able to grasp that potential with two hands. But I know you usually say that the means are not to the ends. The means don't justify the ends, and I've just spoken to that. We can't use the means to say, well, we've got to be able to accelerate at no cost. But at the same time, the means in complex transitions such as this will shape the ends. So we have to pay attention to the process to ensure that we land with a just energy system as the outcome. And there are 3 points that I'd make to that. One, how do we build an energy system that will ensure equitable access to energy? That's critical. It's still a huge need. 2, how do we use this as an opportunity to embed gender inclusivity in a traditionally male-dominated energy system? And 3, how do we pay attention to intergenerational justice? We need to use this transition to a clean energy system to ensure that we're leaving future generations with an energy system that's distributive, that's regenerative, and that's resilient. And we shouldn't be colonizing their future by dumping waste of solar panels into that future, or creating an energy system that has all the brokenness of our current one. So let me just stop there for now. I hope that was adequate framing.
Sure, I think that's a lot of points in there, and I was just trying to make notes, and I thought, I'm going to have to come back to so many different questions, Somi, that you mentioned. But, just to kind of, keep the conversation going, and, I really do take your point on that we do have to act fast. We keep saying that this is a journey, and I think the journey needs to just kind of, also be much more faster, and we need to move fast, but ensure that that there is an equitable access, it's inclusive, it's gender inclusive, but also sort of really bringing in intersectional lenses, which I think Maya would again speak to, but also ensuring the intergenerational justice as well. So I think you've really highlighted some of these important points. And I know that you mentioned, briefly about India and Philippines, but I think, all of these different issues that you've raised, or, different points that you've brought to the conversation here, where do you situate all of this conversation here in Asia? I think we've kind of looked at, more globally. We've had the first, a description in terms of what's happening globally, what needs to change, but where does Asia situate in this conversation? Who are the key actors? You've both of us talked about, how the least responsible people are the most affected one, and that's same, true for Asia. But who are the other actors that are engaged? What else is happening? So if you could help us maybe situate within Asia, and you will have about 3 minutes. Sorry.
That's a tall order, and I'm going to take less because you have a panel that'll be able to answer that question much better. So who are the actors? Well, it's obvious. First of all, it's the state governments. How do they put in place the right policies that we need? One of the patterns that we're spotting in Asia is that governments are starting to create a joined-up approach to governing and I'm using the acronym, I wish I wasn't, but the ESG impacts of the transition to renewable energy, but it's still nascent and it's creating loopholes, right? So in some circumstances, renewable energy developers don't have to submit EIA reports right now, or social impact ones. So there's something more to be done. And I wouldn't say that there is nothing happening, because there really is stuff that's happening, but it needs to happen quicker. This kind of, you've got the Department of Energy, but then you've got the Department of Natural Resources, and then you've got the Department of Work, and they all are paying attention to it in different ways, but not talking to each other, and that's creating loopholes. So I'm just giving you one example. So government, for sure, public policy makers. The second, obviously, is the value chain, and all the actors along the value chain, right, from the developers to the manufacturers to the financiers, whether they're the investors or the banks. This is still debt heavy in terms of the financing for renewable energy. The procurers, the buyers, the buyers. And how do we ensure that the whole of the value chain is working together I think it was mentioned earlier this morning, in a pre-competitive way, to actually take that agency and responsibility to shape the system. And that's not happening yet in Asia, at least not to the extent that it is. And Forum is part of something called the Responsible Energy Initiative, which is designed to bring together the value chain actors to take that agency and responsibility to shape going forward. And Harpreet, you talked about at the moment the relative lack of attention, really, and the lack of corporate policies around human rights due diligence in the RE sector. And there are really clear reasons for that, right? If you look at the developers right now, the focus is on creating viable projects, bankable projects. That's a real kind of priority. It has to be. And they're facing things like permit delays. You've got issues around grid constraints. So those operational issues are going to be front of mind, and you're not necessarily going to be thinking about the social impacts, how you're negotiating around land. Often with land, it's the government that does the negotiation for you in the first place, right? So how do you bring it kind of further up the agenda? You do that by ensuring that investors are bringing the same messages. Manufacturers are saying, look, we're here to work with you developers to ensure that you can have these positive impacts. And then obviously civil society, that kind of ground up, because actually civil society has been, I'd say, quite slow to be able to come onto the issues around the renewable energy sector and its impacts. Again, rightly so, a lot of the focus has been on getting out of coal and the issues around that. But how do we start to hold both, right? The transition away and the transition to at the same time. I'll say one other thing that we're noticing in Asia, which is that, again, obviously, we're working with unknowns. So, in the Philippines, for example, there's the development of offshore wind. It's still really new, and it's still at the kind of first stages of the life cycle. So how do you know what the impacts are going to be as you move through the life cycle? And how do you bring in the precautionary principle in doing so? So anyway, I hope that kind of gives you, again, a very broad sense of how it's turning out.
Sure, no, thanks, Sumi. I think that really sort of, helps bring in conversation as well. We do have the producers, we do have the buyers here among the panel. So I do hope to come back to you to ask those kind of questions as well. But Maya, if I could maybe, just move towards you, because, Sumi also did talk about value chains, right? And I think, we've been looking at, you've been working closely on the energy transition minerals and the value chains that exist within that space. So what do you think, Maya, are the key challenges and risks in the energy transition minerals value chains? I think Sumi also gave a lot of examples from the Philippines, from where you've had a lot of experience working in. So if you could help us identify the challenges and the risk that exist in the ETM value chains, particularly in the extraction and the processing in the region, what do you see and what do you find are the key human rights impacts in these value chains? Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Predictably, the extraction of energy transition minerals mirrors the experiences of communities when it comes to the extractive sector, mining. So that you have scores of human rights violations, you have environmental impacts. I'm sure we're all familiar with all of those. The recent study by the BHRC found that there are 500 cases of violations of corporations. A fourth of that involved human rights defenders themselves being attacked, harassed, or killed. So this kind of picture, I'm afraid, is still prevalent. So it's not good news, definitely. And when you situate that human rights and environmental rights context within the broader transition to energy, you see that mining is going to help underwrite the transition, right? So a lot of these renewable technologies will require the extraction of minerals. And in our research, we found that most of these energy transition minerals can be found in the global south. So if we are not careful, it will be a case of neocolonialism. We will be powering the transition yet again. So the global south will be absorbing the costs of the transition. So with these human rights and environmental risks that we have identified, we are also proposing within the just energy transition discourse our very own just minerals transition paradigm. There are, for now, four main elements of such a transition. The first would be we do believe in the role of circularity. So when we do urban mining, we can reduce the need for new mining. So that's a possibility. The other one would be for when we agree to mining, we do need to have very robust standards and protocols. And for now, the International Responsible Mining Assurance Standard provides the template for that. So for corporations who do wish to engage in the extractive sector, they can look at that, and hopefully it becomes legally binding, because right now it's mostly voluntary, and I think that is at the root of the problem. When it's really voluntary, the laws and the protocols lack teeth. But very significantly, the two elements that we would like to emphasize under a just minerals transition would be, number one, we do need to look at the idea of indispensable extraction or necessary mining. So when we're looking at mining, because we accept it is a part of civilization. It is a building block of society. No one is disputing that. But we also recognize that it's an environmentally invasive activity. So when we're looking at indispensable extraction, we're analyzing the sort of strategic minerals that we need as society, and then we are signing off on them strategically. So for example, under that paradigm, if you look at gold and you see that the use of gold is primarily for ornamentation, then is it wise to say yes to gold mining? But when you see a mineral that is for the energy transition, then maybe it can be signed off on. It can be part of the strategic minerals list. And this kind of thinking really necessitates a reframing of our development paradigm, which is the final element of the just minerals transition, which is really anchored on justice and redistribution. So as we are transitioning to renewable energy, we must also transition to a better form of economics governance. There's so many terms lying around. But we find that when we transition from an extractive kind of economy to a regenerative kind of economy, then we are able to really put more safeguards for people and environment. And right now there is what's called ecocentric governance, governance mechanisms with the environment embedded in its systems. That is really the best way that we manage the environment. We are able to balance the need for transition minerals, the need for renewable energy technology, with protecting the environment and people. So in other words, if you look at just transition, it is really an opportunity to also transition materially. What is required is not just the change of an energy source. What is required is a materials transition. We do need to look at production and consumption. We need to look at how we are using up resources. A recent study found that most of the resources, have been used by the global north, and the global south only accounting for around 5% from between 1917 and 2010. So we do need to look at these. We need to really come up with strategies to deal with changing our economic models as we transition to renewable energy. Thank you.
Thanks, Maya, for highlighting, some of these important conversations, particularly all the issues around, how do we really ensure, it's just not about, extracting, but, also looking at how do we find solutions to make sure that there is indispensable extraction. We're looking at even at that perspective. So thank you for highlighting some of these issues. Matt, I'm going to move on to you. We've just heard, and I think it's pretty established, that to meet the demands of global transformation towards low carbon and sustainable energy, rapid deployment of renewable energy is critical. I think that we have all established even today here at the panel. But we just heard about, the risks that come with this transition as well. I think the challenge is really, how do you continue to scale up renewables in a fair way as to avoid the risk of replicating an extravist neo-colonial energy system through the transition to renewables? So I think my question to you here is, how do we ensure that the mistakes of the existing extractive fossil fuel energy, the mistakes that we have made, or, the impacts that we are seeing right now, how do we manage and how do we make sure that those are not repeated, but also what are some of the actions that we can take to ensure that we don't go back to the same circle of making those mistakes and then, centuries down or generations down, we're looking for new solutions to the problems that we're going to create now, while we're trying to resolve while we're trying to sort of resolve or address the climate change or the triple planetary crisis here. I know lots of questions bundled into one, but you will have 7 minutes to respond.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning. So I'll take the question as being, I think, somewhat metaphorical in terms of having an energy transition that's not about the haves and the have-nots, but that works for everybody. As a corporate, what we can control is what we do. And so very proud of all the work that we do, which is summarized in our modern slavery statement. I know some people see that as kind of a check the box exercise. I used it as a blank slate to go through everything that we do in order to ensure that we have human rights protections throughout our supply chain. In our solar supply chain, the two areas of critical interest are the Xinjiang region of China, where there are allegations of forced labor against the Uyghurs. And what we do in our modern slavery statement is explain how we painstakingly avoid any contact with Xinjiang whatsoever in our supply chain. This involves audits, it involves certifications, it involves trainings, it involves having grievance mechanisms so workers can approach us. So we go through all that in great detail. The second area of interest in the solar supply chain, as Sumi had mentioned, is actually in Malaysia, where there's a treatment of migrant workers. And so in our modern slavery statement from last year, we actually published a case study about the treatment of migrant workers in Malaysia. Now, where it comes to the two-speed question that I mentioned, the haves and the have-nots, is that currently right now, the US government is the one that has the highest standards on human rights. And there is an academic from the UK who just published a couple of weeks ago a report detailing all of the allegations within the solar industry, which was quite interesting if you looked at the way that the different solar companies looked at it. Because what we came out and said, listen, we have nothing to do with any forced labor throughout our supply chain. Well, most of the other solar companies came out and said, well, we do have forced labor in our supply chain, but that's only for China. So for the US, we have one supply chain. So all the people in the West, in the US first, and I was in Europe last week virtually appearing at the European solar manufacturers where we're lobbying the EU governments. In Europe as well, the governments are moving towards saying, well, we don't want to have all this forced labor there. Right now, what's happening is a lot of the solar that has forced labor in it goes from the US. If it gets turned away from the US, then it goes to Europe, then it goes to the rest of the world. But what's happening is that you kind of have the virtue signaling from the West where people don't have the forced labor. The rest of the world gets it. From a just transition perspective, that doesn't help anybody because the human rights violations are still there in the supply chain. So what we're trying to do as a company is try to educate, work to lobby governments to be stricter, but then to also educate consumers to put consumer pressure on solar companies, on governments to prevent this, because for a Uyghur or for a migrant laborer in Malaysia, it doesn't matter the final destination of the product as far as the just transition goes. The second area where I see kind of a have-not breaking out in the energy transition is actually within countries. And you see this, I think most prevalent I'm seeing now, you see it in California, you see it in South Africa, I think you can see it in places in Asia as well, where actually the early adopters, often spurred by governments that are giving tax incentives, are rich people who have electric cars, who put solar panels on their roofs, and that's great for them. They're effectively off-grid. They're insulated from all this. So when they're rolling blackouts throughout the country, that's affecting the poor people, where the rich people can have their own microgrid that they have, and they can be happily there. Also with electric vehicles, I think some countries are catching on to this, but if you have an electric vehicle, you're not paying tax for the roads. So effectively, the people with the gas, the people that can't afford the electric vehicles, are subsidizing the people that have the electric vehicles that don't have to be on the grid. So I think that you have sort of, previously you had the digital divide that everyone was talking about. You kind of have an electrification divide as well, where people who are exposed to the fossil fuels. One other way actually is when the Ukraine war broke out, everybody who was having fossil fuels, their prices went way up. But the people with electric vehicles, the sun coming down, didn't bother them. Anyway, those are a couple of ways we're addressing what Maya was saying about sort of neocolonialism, haves, have-nots, that I thought to frame it within the context of energy.
Sure. Thanks, Matt. In fact, if I could just also pick up from your conversation, and this is something that we've discussed often, in the meeting rooms and particularly in the business and human rights space. You've talked about also the audits and certifications. And I think there's been an ongoing conversation and debate about how reliable are these audits and how reliable are these certifications. And we see that this is in some ways, I know you sort of started talking about moving from a checkbox to taking this as a blank state, and that's where you start, and that's where you sort of look at this is your floor, and you're kind of starting on these statements. And I'm not asking you to sort of just reflect on your company or kind of more broadly in the energy space, but also just kind of more broadly in terms of where do you see the role of auditing and certification, particularly given the challenges that we already see and know about, how these audits are conducted, many times not reliable. We see all of those concerns coming from different sectors in the business and human rights space. Do you see that happening similarly or moving towards that even in the renewable sector as well? Do you see that's becoming a problem, or is there anything that perhaps any examples that you can share where you feel that the renewable energy sector is doing a little bit more better, or at least trying to learn from what we have experienced on audits and certifications in the past?
I think that's a absolutely fantastic question. So a few pertinent, I hope, comments in response to that. First of all, the reason that we have nothing to do with the Xinjiang region of China is because you can't carry out audits there at all. So that's just a zero exposure to Xinjiang because you can't audit there. Now, are audits reliable? That's definitely, there's a lot of challenges there. I mean, part of it has to do with the nomenclature. If you're doing business in China, you can't use what they call the X word, because then that's implying that there's human rights issues there. You have to be very careful with what you say, and you find a lot of people seeing it, and maybe from the Chinese perspective, a neo-colonial standard of a Western audit standard being imposed on them. So I think there's definitely cultural issues at play in doing audits, as well as logistical issues that you just can't do it in China. One other issue with audits that I've experienced myself actually participating in the audits in Malaysia is that when we had the allegations in Malaysia of forced labor, which, to be clear, what you have are migrant workers coming from Nepal, coming from Bangladesh, coming from Myanmar to work in Bangladesh to do jobs that are 3D jobs. These are dirty, dangerous, and difficult jobs that, at least according to what people say, are jobs that you can't get Malaysians to do. So they bring in foreign workers, and what they do is they take the passports away, and they often charge recruitment fees. So the person is essentially bonded in debt. What I found carrying out some of these audits in person, going to the dormitories, sitting down with the migrant workers, is that the first time you start talking to them, you say, "Oh, where's your passport?" And they say, "Oh, I don't need to have my passport. I left it with my employer because it's going to be stolen." And the first time you hear it, it sounds credible. The second time you hear it, okay, I've heard that before. Now, once you've heard the exact same words from like 6 different people in 6 different contexts, you realize that actually the workers, even interviewing the workers, they've been taught exactly what to say. You know, even when you do that sort of, oh, what's the highest standard for an audit, actually going and interviewing workers, I find even that can be unreliable. Definitely challenges, but that doesn't mean that it's not worth doing to try to, you know, do your best to avert any human rights issues.
Sure. No, I think we do need a separate conversation. We're going to be distracted from the session if we're going to get more into the audits and certifications. But I think, nonetheless, I think important to bring that conversation here as well. Also, Matt, if you're looking at it, many countries in Asia and the Pacific are essential to the ETM value chains. We also just heard from Maya, from Sumi, how many of these minerals, energy transition minerals, are housed in the global South. And you've been working closely with factories and suppliers, producers here in Asia. You have, as a company, you have your own targets. So where do you find some of the key gaps among the Asian businesses? And if you could also maybe share some examples of how you are looking at these gaps, and what do you think have been some of the solutions in addressing and fixing those gaps?
In our industry, the biggest 2 raw materials are what's called polysilicon, which comes from what's essentially sand, and also aluminum. And this is the one where about half the world's production comes from the Xinjiang region of China, which makes it effectively off limits. There are deposits of it in Malaysia, also Australia, I guess not exactly Asia, but a lot of it actually comes from all throughout the world. There's in South Africa, it's from Brazil. It's really, I mean, from the human rights perspective, it's tracking it the entire way, which then you get into the carbon thing because it gets a bit ridiculous because it starts in Brazil, then it might go to the US, then it goes to China, then it might come back to Brazil for the finished product. But it's definitely sort of tracking the raw materials throughout that process.
Thanks, Matt. And with that, I think, Mehek, I'm going to move on to you because, you're kind of in some ways representing on this panel Asian producers and suppliers. And we've had various conversations about, how, you're engaging with buyers, and you often hear some of the initiatives or some of the actions and solutions that you need to do to be able to fix the situation here in your factory, so that the brands can report that they are trying to achieve carbon neutrality. But what do you see, in terms of from the Asian producers' perspective, and to ensure green transitions are realistic and also cognizant of the ground realities under which you operate, right? Under which the Asian businesses operate here. We do have, in certain ways, very different landscape and the ground realities that we are playing with. So what are some of the challenges, if you could share, that you face in engaging in these conversations? I mean, particularly because you do bring in the experience also of, being an expert on the subject. But what is your ask from the buyer, so that, we don't feel that, all the pressure is building only on the Asian businesses as producers and suppliers? But what kind of support do you think we need? What else do we need more in addition to just saying we need to fix these things at your end? So the floor is yours, Mike.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Harpreet, for framing this question. And the panelist has already answering a lot of answers in that place. So, number one challenge for us is currently we are working on our decarbonization plan, and I don't speak for my company only. I speak for the all apparel industry from the Pakistan and also in the Southeast Asia region. We all, as a manufacturers, we are all facing the same challenge. Like, where do we start? How we can do it, and how we can make that mark, considering the ground realities, which is, the economic crisis which we are facing, the laws, the EU transitions laws, pressures to be net zero by 2040, increasing rates, all sort of those comes. It's a part of the parcel of our businesses. We deal with that on a daily on our daily stream of work. I will start just giving few facts, like climate change coming from Pakistan, which is in the top 10 countries which are vulnerable to climate change. And also the major apparel sector producing industries are in the top 10, in countries like in Bangladesh, India. So we have to, climate risk proof our assets and infrastructure, because there's a lot of cost has been involved. We are at our end doing a lot in that frame. If you consider my factories and facilities, there is no single roof which is left with where we haven't installed the solar panels. We are also in the energy business. There are only in Pakistan there are only like very few manufacturers, and all those manufacturers are involved in the wind business, wind energy farms. So we had our 100 megawatts of wind farms, but we cannot use that energy for our space because there is no government regulations that can help us, to do a power purchasing agreement. So even if we want to go net zero by 2040, which we need to have our 30% energy mix from solar, we cannot do that because government and the regulators is not offering that licensing frame for us that we can do that. So there's not concept in Europe. There's a concept of virtual PPAs, like you can do that, but this is not even happening for our area. So that's where comes, the actors which really need to in place, which was, I explained earlier that how the state has to play their role. So they need to develop, the laws. Secondly, they need to develop the carbon markets, how to support the decarbonization of industries, which is supporting like more than 2 million population of the country. They are, they have given employment to such people around, and giving, it's a huge economic impact that industry is creating. And we also have the same time, we have a pressure from buyers that we really need to do this. So currently, initially, it would be a pressure by buyers pressure, but now as a manufacturer, now every manufacturer is considering that this is they needed to be done for to staying in business, and also this is the future as well. So as a manufacturer and a producer, I would say that we really see, but another challenge is like what we should do. We have solar installation in place. In my previous last few months, I've been working on different, finding some different solutions, how we can, we cannot, sit and just complain and just whine about it. We need to do some actions as well. So we are looking for different technologies. How we can do it is by biothermal installations, or maybe a carbon capture technology in our facilities, or maybe purchasing hydrogen, green hydrogen. Currently in our countries, and that's green hydrogen is also a new subject, and that's really needed to be regulated at the moment. So, but how we can go, on that track, that's roadmap is a bit unclear to the manufacturers. And the second, and the most, and thirdly, like we are mapping our scope 3. We are scope 3 of our brands, if I translate in a layman language. We are mapping our scope 3, and then we are going to down to our supply chain, which includes farmers, which include generers. They don't have that infrastructure. They don't have that muscle to develop and have these new technologies in place. They have small businesses. They are just doing businesses to meet their ends. We cannot put pressure on them, so that if we want to decarbonize, we need to decarbonize those those people as well. We need to factor in that, and how our, then the other stakeholders look into factoring into, make bankable projects and give finances to such needs of the businesses. Thirdly, which is more pertinent, is that we really need to have, we do have a bias pressure. We try to fix to attain the target, but at the same time, it's really important is they also offer the business acumen. Currently, we're going through a global recession. That is understandable, but how we can in the initial conversation, the cost of sustainability has been put up to the, they have to bear the brunt, and the brands has to bear the brunt of and absorb the cost of sustainability, and also at the same time support their producers and manufacturers, how they can decarbonize that. It could be, command and control. It's now from the command and control. Now the thing is, it's more like voluntary, and this need of the hour to do so. So these are some, and then again, workers, wages, there's a lot of cost involved in developing one product. So if we inclusify our climate costs in that, it goes very higher. So also businesses need to factor in, and when they are doing this pricing, and also with the manufacturer side, they really need to do a cost and business analysis by including the social cost, by including climate cost to their product. So we are, we really passionate about, we are ambitious, we are motivated as an industry to move ahead in a decarbonization and a just transition, but we really need support. And also the role that's a roadmap, there should be some, clarity for us, and be given different options in that regard.
Sure. Thanks, Mehak. If I could just further ask you to elaborate, I think we use support in a kind of a very generic term. We say that we need support, but I think would be good for also, here for the audiences here to understand what kind of support are we looking at? Are we looking at this support? Are the Asian producers and suppliers looking at this support more in terms of looking at the profit margins, the purchasing practices, or are we talking about this support in terms of technological advancements and, support the buyers and suppliers here with technology? Or technology-led solutions, or are we looking at providing trainings? Are we looking at capacity building or creating awareness about these issues within the markets? Right? It's also sort of not just about one company, but really bringing in the industry perspectives as well. So I think it would be good to also hear what kind of support are we looking at. And Sumi, if you want to come in and say what kind of support you think could be useful for the buyers and suppliers here from your interactions that you've been having with businesses, would be great. Thanks. Meg, you want to go first?
Thank you. And first of all, I would say all of it really required, but let me break it down in that way. Financial, yes. Profit margins, as I was saying, we really need to look into how we recalculate our cost-benefit analysis, including the cost. Yes, that's really important. If you're putting pressure on your buyers, it's unfair that you are not giving the business acumen, and you are not promising the output instead of you just going demanding that way. Second, yes, considering as a technical person, I would say technological-led support is also very important. More than that, if you can, find and do pilots, which some brands are currently in place are doing as well. That would be great. Like there's a technology, is a Ruby fiber, so they are being installed in 17 manufacturers. So what is that? They are capturing the carbon and they're making it back to a cotton fiber. So it's the circularity models comes in, and then decarbonization targets. That's concept based. Yes, that would be very helpful. That if buyers and even other players can help us. Manufacturers and a producer will be very interested to have, and they're very open for technological-led support. And that's something, and also, developing, different, like I explained, green hydrogen and all those sort of things, like maybe an electronic fleet of buses, how we can, do it according to the local context. I'm saying every country has their own issues of energy. So we really need to go down to the basics and see what's really required. Thirdly, capacity building. Yes, where there's a great lack, there's a great opportunity as well, that we don't have climate professionals, energy professionals, and then the gender inclusivity comes in place, that we really need to have more engineers in place. That capacity building is also really required. Training, how do we set our science-based target? Because if myself and my team is being trained, then we will cascade that knowledge to our supply chain, which are generous, and we really need to localize the context in that space, because they really understand their own language. We cannot use these fancy words with our farmers and with our ginners. We really need to see how we can support them, because we cannot be decarbonize ourselves if we don't decarbonize our supply chain. And decarbonization is, again, it's a very it's like a vague general statement how we contextualize that. Yes, we really need that support as well. And also one support for the capacity building is that there was a point which Sumit has bring in, like we need to develop bankable projects. As a manufacturers, that's really required the support to write, proposal, how we can pitch to the impact investors. So that capacity building is really required. So I'm just giving that we really need. Is there any tab left, or there's one? I think there were four.
I remember three. I think it was also awareness raising, which
Yes,
kind of, also comes as a part
in
of the
awareness
capacity
raising.
building.
Yes.
As
So
well.
that's all things are interlinked. But I will say a fourth tab is like we really need to push our governments to, for their NDC targets, and how lost and damage, and factor in, that's a huge, in my experience, there's a huge disconnect between private sector and the government. So that's really need to bridge. And also the third part is like the academia. So really need to find that space where everything is interconnected and coordinated. We cannot address the issues without that coordination. Thank you.
Thanks, Mehak. And I know that, you've also raised a couple of times just now, sort of the context in terms of the Asian policy and governance frameworks. And earlier, Sumi also mentioned, the important role of the states and the policymakers in this space. I'll come to that in a bit. But Matt, Mehak talked about, some of the supports that the Asian suppliers and producers looking at from the brands and, from the big companies, right? It's either in terms of technology, support in terms of the technology-led solutions, or looking at capacity building. Are there any examples, or do you've had any experiences when you look at and work with these suppliers in the region, or even more broadly and more globally, even if you do want to bring in an experience from your global experience and engagement, any pilot or any examples that you would want to share with us, on how the suppliers can be supported by the buyers? Thanks.
Sure. So yeah, we spend a huge amount of time on working with all of our suppliers, which we've mapped. We've actually published that. There's a whole map of the world, and you can see where all of our suppliers come from. We've also put some of our key supply chains actually on our website, and very keen understanding what you're saying about sort of the critiques about it, because I think, with all these data sets and things like that, you always have the issue of, the risk of garbage in, garbage out. So if you're getting bad data in, it doesn't matter how fancy the tools are that you're using. It's not really going to be that effective. As far as pilots that we're working on, we're always looking at ways to make things more robust, to be more trustworthy for governments and more trustworthy for consumers. And so we do have a pilot project. I almost cringeworthy the phrase I have to use, but it's a blockchain project. So we are working to put the supply chain on the blockchain, so anybody can take the solar panel off their roof and essentially just instantaneously, with blockchain technology, figure out where all the raw materials came from, what exactly their province is. And so that's something that we announced as a long-term target 2 years ago. The target is to have that in place by 2025. Now, I do have a caveat there. You said a pilot. So pilot means I'm not saying it's done yet. And so definitely in the solar supply chain, as I think with most manufactured products right now, the supply chains are so, there's so many different levels of the supply chains that getting to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiers down gets to be quite difficult. So we do, for instance, our conflict minerals reporting, which is where all the different minerals come from in Africa. So we map it out as best we can, but as far as having it all on the blockchain, getting that cooperation down, all those tiers to put the software on it is definitely a challenge, but we're working on it.
I think as long as you're working, seeing some progress and means to an end, as Sumi said. Sumi, do you want to come in here?
Sure, just to, because my head triggered up a whole other set of things that came up for me, but just two things. Maybe one to give some color, because stories help. So some years ago, Forum for the Future had an initiative called the Circular Leap Asia Initiative, which was looking at circularity, how circularity was being brought in apparel and textile manufacturing supply chains, and how what manufacturers were experiencing. And you mentioned purchasing practices going back to our labor rights days, exactly the same thing, right? So it's the relational dynamics where the brands expect the suppliers to take on the responsibilities for bringing in circularity innovations. And there was this one manufacturer in Taiwan making shoes for a very well-known shoe brand. And he said, we were being expected to innovate with the materials that we use in the shoe to ensure greater circularity. But in order to innovate, well, he said, I need to buy a whole bale of this cloth to experiment with this one shoe. And then the brand might say, yeah, no, not quite, doesn't meet the standards. And then what do I do with that bale of cloth, right? That cost gets absorbed by me. That's one story, but we saw that story being repeated over and over again, just within apparel. One observation of something that I think has been extremely important, and I think I spot people in this room that might be able to speak to it, but suppliers are starting to caucus around this, which is really good. Right, and there have been initiatives this year where suppliers are coming together to say, look, if you're expecting us to decarbonize, this is what we have to undertake, and where does that burden get shared? Because you as the brand get to claim that you are decarbonizing because of things we do. That needs to be shared as well. So this is a really important development.
Sure. Thanks, Sumi. As much as I'm really loving this conversation going on this side of the room, but I do want to also take some time and give some time to the audiences here on the floor to ask questions. So if you have any questions, please. Wow, I already see lots of hands coming up, so that's great. Good luck, all of you. But when you take the mic, please introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and if you have your question to a certain specific panelist here, please refer that. Otherwise, I think we'll just take a couple of questions and try to respond. I would try to keep a balance on the sides on gender balance, but let's see, should we start here, and then I think one on this side, maybe the person at the back. So let's take 3 questions first, and then we'll try and we do have time, so we're going to be able to come back for a second round of questions. Please introduce yourself and then take the question.
Hello, Namaskar. Am I audible? Yes. Hi. So thank you for this lovely panel. And I'm Neha Upadhyay from India. We work with tribal communities of Ladakh by providing them training in organic farming, and we provide them frugal innovation that are solar dryers, which in our country they are known as thak. And India is also leading in frugal innovation according to a UK think tank. So we have been working closely with the Ministry of Environment and Department of Science and Technology as our donors, also UNDP. However, very recently, we had to present our work to the Department of Science and Technology, and we mentioned that our solar dryer, which is made with wood and net mesh and does not have very big sort of irresponsible solar panels that Sumi said, go down they actually add to the carbon footprint. So we reduce 536 kgs of greenhouse gas emission per household over a period of 8 months. However, we had, and many social workers like us, we get this comment that, frugal, you don't belong in science. Like, this is not the department for you. Why don't you work with Environment Ministry or Agriculture Ministry or Ministry of Renewable Energy? So like how Sumi said, that we have departments of energy and natural resource management, but they don't talk to each other. People like us, even if we got our foot in the door, it's still very difficult to manage the mindset of officers. So my presence here and with your expertise, how would you help us mitigate this? Thank you.
Wow, we've started with a really big question, Sumi. I think there's here. Would you like to go now?
This one? Hello? Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mimi Vu, and I'm from Race Partners. It's an ESG consulting practice based in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. And we work with private sector, governments, civil society, and philanthropists to promote social and environmental impact and ESG for private sector. So Vietnam is a country that's really in a really interesting place right now. We have a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunity, particularly around renewable energy with the JETP partnership that is being led by Vietnam, UK, EU, and the US. It's a $15.5 billion partnership. Half of that money is coming from private sector sources to help Vietnam have a just transition into renewable energy. Part of that agreement is that private sector and the governments also work with civil society. So there's a lot of opportunity, but in Vietnam, it's also a country where civil society advocates, most of them environmental, actually almost all of them, are being arrested and detained on a regular basis. So, and that is spooking our investors. We organize an annual ESG investor conference in Vietnam. A lot of our subject matter is centered around this energy and clean energy. So I would love to hear advice from the panel on how we can bring back specific, on a practical level, specific language, tactics, plans, pathways that we can bring back to investors and to the private sector that do not include the words human rights, environmental rights, social justice, because that is very sensitive and that kind of cuts off the conversation immediately. So what, on a practical level, what are the tactics and language that we can use and bring back to our investors so they can encourage the and promote the very necessary multi-stakeholder partnership, including environmental civil society advocates? Thank you.
Great, thanks. I think the answer to that question we could really use in all of our programming as well, sort of not just for this one. So I look forward to hearing responses here from the speakers. I think there was a hand raised there. Sir, could you please, do you want to take the mic and just go ahead?
Hi. What do you expect from the financial sector, particularly banks and insurers?
All right, thanks. I think maybe we'll just try and respond to these questions. No particular order, but Sumi, I think the first question was to you. You want to take the first one, and then, if you have any responses on the others, and then we'll bring in other speakers here as well.
Neha, I don't know if I've got an answer for it, but it's certainly an observation that it's the room should log, and it's something that we can work on. I think in the Responsible Energy Initiative, the way in which we've approached it is to take the attitude that the government is also on a journey, as they say, that they are also evolving their practices around this area, and how do you engage with in order to support by sharing the experience that you have in a way of how might we ensure that your frugal innovations, I love that term, I've never heard of it before. How might we actually ensure that they are seen from a scientific perspective? Is it that you would like us to collect particular data that would help you to be able to frame it in that way? I don't know if I'm offering any answers that you've not already tried, but I suppose it's about how do we as civil society take that approach of engaging and taking, understanding that they are also evolving at the same time, rather than assuming that there is that block for whatever reason. So maybe that would work. I think that I'd love to hear Maya's response to Mimi's question. And then finally, I assume that you're from the financial sector, and so I will say a few brief words. I do encourage you to have a look at the Responsible Energy Initiative. I think what we are aiming to do at this stage is, again, the same question. Investors are just starting to understand that they will need to apply ESG thinking into the renewables. It has been in the past that it's green, right? It ticks that box. It's done But I think there is an evolving understanding now that the taxonomy around green will need to be more granular and how you pay attention to that. I would say at this first instance, work closely with those that you're investing in, the developers, to really understand where they may be already experiencing environmental or social impacts turning up, where they might be anticipating they'll turn up. And the second one's quite difficult. As I said, in some cases, we're quite early on in the life cycle. But really, at this moment in time, building a systemic understanding of root causes and going from that, rather than, I think, transplanting what we've done in other sectors into, I think you can draw from that education. But I think there are context specificities around the renewable sector that's worth just putting the attention to that systemic diagnosis to begin with, to say what kinds of standards might we need to adopt in terms of ESG in the renewable sector for the time being. Sorry, that was quite top line. I'm happy to pick it up later.
Sure. Thanks, Sumi. I also do want to bring in attention that there's a session that's focusing on ESG at 3:30, which one of my colleagues would be moderating. And I see the speakers already here in the room. So perhaps, also food for thought, and you can take those conversations there. It's going to be same room here at 3:30, session focusing on ESG. So if anybody is interested in those conversations, please join us at 3:30 here.
Can I just mention one last thing?
Sure.
There is a responsible investors playbook that's been developed by the Responsible Energy Initiative, building on our experiences in India, and I'm happy to share that with you too.
Sure. Thanks, Sumi. And I know, Mehek, you wanted to respond to, I think, the question raised by Neha. So if you want to go ahead, and if there's any other question that you want to respond to as well.
Well, I was just sharing my personal experience because I worked with Ministry of Climate Change Pakistan, so for the NDC and climate change policy development, and I can really feel your pain that the department and currently I'm going to another phase because of my this experience governance portfolio, that again talking to Ministry of Energy, provisional central, so that's required a lot of patience, but just stay in there, it will happen. And the only thing is that you really need to bring them in one room and one table. That really, then you can make a difference. To the second question, I would say just read the room wherever the audience is and just pitch it in that direction. It will work in that way. You cannot tell farmers, but they have to, those social justice and all, but you can a business and a private sector person will respond to this ESG investing in a different way. A financial institute will do it in a different way. And quickly to the third and the most important question, which I would take it like, yes, we really need the support of financial sector. We really want the banks and financial institute to invest in a climate proven projects. We need climate insurances for our assets and more support how we can bring that a win-win situation for both sides. So interested, we have a lot of plans, but we really don't know, like we need to see the ROI and all those sort of things. And then the one example is there that if we bring in the innovation, what is the brunt of the cost and what will happen if it doesn't work out. So we really need a safeguard ourselves and our business requirements and trust as well in that frame. So we're happy to be connected with you so we can further share, and we have a lot of I have a pipeline of bankable projects in place for you if you can help us find that. Thank you.
That's some pitch here. Thanks, Mehek. Maya, do you want to go next?
Yes. For the question on how to use language, I think the civil society person in me would not go down that path and would insist on not mincing words. But I don't want you guys to be arrested over there. So don't quote me on this. But terms like climate smart city, sustainable city, those kinds of things.
I have to say you're on a this is being live streamed, so I just want to say that
I'm quoted now.
Now you're quoted now, so I just do want to remind that.
Thank you. So yeah, that would be something that you can explore. And then for the financial sector and the insurance sector, obviously fossil fuel divestment, I mean, it's going to be hard, but we really must do that. And I think that's really at the root of the climate crisis, this continuing investment in fossil fuels. And for insurance, I think, especially for agricultural countries like the Philippines, where agriculture is becoming less and less of a lucrative endeavor, insurance companies can really invest in risk transfer mechanisms where they help absorb impacts of the climate on farmers. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Next.
Sure. What I would say is that probably in a lot of sectors, but at least I can speak for the solar sector in particular, the world has been coming together around all these climate targets. And I think up to now, a lot of governments have been prioritizing the achievement of the climate targets over the just transition human rights aspects of the transition and kind of looking past it. So to your question about what terminology would I use the terminology of regulatory risk. Because I do think that a lot of countries are coming around to the fact that you don't want to have sacrificed, human development at the expense of the environment, and so that's where I think government's coming in, and that's maybe a more polite word that investors will look at as well. I do speak to a lot of investors about all these topics, and I would just say that. Definitely, obviously, the renewable sector is growing. It's actually becoming a lot more, financially viable. Solar is actually the most efficient technology ever produced right now. For the just transition aspect, I think it's important to figure out ways to bring that to the bottom of the pyramid, the access to that technology. So ways of having financing available for communities that are maybe less financially well off. As up to now, as I noted before, a lot of the subsidies have been going to rich people to buy electric vehicles and things like that. Maybe that could be for people, at the bottom of the pyramid to get solar or other renewables.
Sure. Thanks, Matt. And if I could maybe, take 30 seconds, Minnie, also just to kind of share some of the experience that we have had engaging with businesses, also engaging with governments in many parts here in Asia, and particularly using the human rights terminology. I mean, just saying business and human rights in many countries just becomes difficult, right? So how are we also sort of pushing and promoting our work on business and human rights in many countries and with many businesses here in Asia? I mean, for us, it's also been about using alternative terminologies, sort of, can we use responsible business conduct, rather than saying a business and human rights discourse. Similarly, sort of also with businesses, I think what has really helped and investors, more broadly kind of really helps is also, as much as I personally hate bringing the business case, because I don't believe that, you have to have a business case for respecting human rights, but that's something that goes well with the businesses. So, can you sort of, when you bring in investors in the room, can you help them look at the long-term impacts? Can you help them, how does this add to their bottom line? And so I think that's the kind of conversation that needs to be having. I would also like to bring your attention to this guidance, which, when Sumi, I see Bennett here in the room, we were at the World Economic Forum's Council on Human Rights. We developed guidance for businesses to engage with affected stakeholders, and this was for the board and C-suite engagement. I think there is a lot of conversation happening. I think, the businesses and particularly investors are getting interested in the ESG conversation, or they're at least being pushed to have these conversations on the table. So maybe is this the time that we also start to constructively bring affected stakeholders and investors in a room, and the board and the C-suite engagement within a room in smaller groups, have these constructive conversations where they're also able to understand what's happening on the ground through their investment. I think that could perhaps in some ways give some some insights and, kind of really start the conversation as well. So thank you. Very happy to share, bilaterally later if you have any follow-up questions. And I see lots of my colleagues here who have been engaging with businesses and can really help. All right, so there's a hand there, and here. Okay, we'll start maybe at the back. Bennett, again, introduce yourself. So we'll go with Bennett, and then maybe here. Third, and then we'll take one from this side, fourth. All right. If you could also all keep your comments brief so that we also have time for the panelists to respond. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bennett Freeman here, currently at Chatham House, formerly Calvert Investments, U.S. State Department, and elsewhere. Just a very brief comment. I'm heartened to hear the emphasis on human rights defenders, environmental defenders in conjunction with the just transition and the heightened awareness of the risks here in Southeast Asia and elsewhere in the region. I have to, though, register a real concern at the global level that for all of the work done by defenders themselves and all the alarm bells raised by international NGOs, especially but not limited to the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, that there's really insufficient attention, let alone action, on the social and human rights risks related to this quest for critical minerals and the whole overall just transition. Defenders get it. They're in the line of fire, to put it bluntly. NGOs, civil society get it. I worry that not enough companies, industries, multi-stakeholder initiatives, governments, or international institutions get it too. And I just really encourage civil society activists here in the region and around the world to raise the alarm more. I fear that in Washington, for example, where I spend part of my time, that the U.S. government, for all of its emphasis on critical minerals and just transition, takes a very siloed approach and doesn't see the social risks in addition to the environmental imperatives. I wonder and worry about the EU and others. So I just really want to encourage those of you who are so committed in the region to raise your voices globally about these risks before it's too late.
Sure. Thanks, Bennett, for that comment. Would you like to take the stage, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Harpreet, for that. And my name is Dr. Pierre Horner from ESCAP Secretariat here in this house. I work on financing for development, particularly on the Just Energy Transition Partnership. I think the colleague mentioned earlier about what's happening in Vietnam, but I'm working also for Indonesia government as well. They are the two countries in the Asia-Pacific region, and we are also working indirectly with our colleagues from Africa Commission with South Africa and Senegal. There are the 4 countries that are working on JETPs. There's also the IPG members, the International Partner Group members, which are very active on that, and the JETP secretariats that have been created with the governance issue. At the end of the day, the problem is financing. So financing JETPs, the question of justness is what we actually have to develop in a way that is a constructive way. Every single minister has its own mandates. There's a claim here from the colleague from India that they don't talk to each other. This is happening in every single part of the world. Even when we invite our colleagues from Indonesia or Vietnam, you cannot invite one minister because this topic involves energy, environment, finance at the same time. So this is a great opportunity, but a huge challenge of governance. There's a problem of governance failure, unfortunately, on this issue. And the justness initiative or the justness elements in itself, it's a major issue that has not been addressed properly because of the legal mandate. So there is a need for regulatory reform in these particular JETP countries. That's exactly what we're trying to put forward as ESCAP, working with UNDP is working at the national level in Vietnam, the ADB is working in Indonesia, but there are also IPG members working there. You know, we are working with the US government for Indonesia and the Japanese government. They are taking the lead or the co-lead, but also in Vietnam, they are working with the EU and the UK government. So question here is how to work together on this issue, on this quest of financing aspects. Actually, as a matter of fact, the whole idea of us intervening is because of ESCAP's regional platform to provide this type of experiences sharing. So we have seen that there is a problem of extremely complex financial ecosystem that is not yet there, despite the fact of taxonomies, despite the fact of everything that has been there. 10 years ago, we cannot talk about this. Now everybody's talking about this in the investment side, in the insurance side, in the investor. So we're trying to figure out to find a common benchmark between these 4 JETP countries. And as a matter of fact, in 2 weeks, we are meeting at the World Investment Forum with ministers from these 4 countries. deputy ministers. They're going to discuss this topic at the World Investment Forum, and happy to liaise with some that are interested on JETPs, because that is something that, especially the financial aspects of them, to address it openly with first the ministries, then with the private sector, and then civil society at large. And in that order, unfortunately.
Sure, thank you. I know that's there's a question in there, but thank you for those comments as well. I've been given notice of that we've only left with 3 minutes. So if you do want to go, you've got about 30 seconds for your question. And I think there was a hand raised here, and then I'm going to come back to the panelists.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Xingxuan Sen. I work for the Environmental Rights Foundation. And my question is for Suni. So I totally agree with your definition. You said that just transition has to be fast as well. But my question is, I guess, how do we do it? Like from what seeing firsthand on the ground, for instance, when you want to do like have a large solar farm, or you want to implant wind power stuff, it involves a lot of stakeholder engagement and communications, and there's the FPIC problem. So all of that takes time. And also if you want renewable energy companies to conduct impact assessments, which is also something what we want, but then it slows down the process. So how do we achieve a just and fast transition? Like, have you seen any successful cases and specific cases that you can share with us? And secondly, really quickly, there's a matter of, it's a broader question. It's a matter of business as usual versus degrowth. So what's happening from where I come from is that we are generating more electricity from renewable energy, but they are used for new projects. And so we are making the percentage of renewable energy in terms of the total electricity has grown for sure, but then that's not been used to substitute fossil fuel energy. Okay, so
Okay,
what's your take on it?
I'm just gonna have to, and I don't think we're gonna have time to respond to all of these questions, but also I encourage everyone to stay longer, and I'm sure the panelists would be happy to have bilateral conversations if you're not able to respond to all of these questions. There was this one question, and you really have 30 seconds. I'm gonna really have to be rude. Please don't make me do that.
Coordinate Alliance of Indian Waste Pickers, and just transition is a very personal question because of the work with waste pickers in plastic value chain. I just have one bigger question, which is how do you work with the question of forced labor when one of the very fundamental conundrum we have is when you put the standards of forced labor, people are already excluded, and there is not so much work done, and there is like reproduction of poverty by exclusion based on the standards. So how do you navigate that space when we need some handholding to be done? And the second follow-up question is, what is the possibility of worker-owned enterprises, co-ops in the supply chain to distribute the profits within the just transition framework?
Sure, thank you. All right, all the panelists have 30 seconds to, but maybe, if you want to maybe respond to some of these questions also to kind of give your final remarks. And then I would encourage everyone to sort of, come back to the panelists here after the session and continue this conversation. Sumi, there were lots of questions for you, so I'm going to give you actually 1 minute.
I believe in equity. So please come up and chat with me. I'm around for the next 2 days if I don't answer your question now, but I'll pick one thing, which is, so we set up the Responsible Energy Initiative to look at how do we make the value chain work to ensure that the production and deployment of utility scale technologies is done in an ecologically safe, socially just way. And this is to Bennett and gentleman from ESCAP. We're finding that in JETP, for example, the focus is still very much on the transition away from coal, and rightly so. And it's looking at one aspect of just, but the transition to clean energy, it's not being paid attention to. And actually, from the kind of impact investing space too, we found it quite hard to actually raise funding to be able to focus on this aspect, which needs to happen now. We've got the opportunity to course correct. So someone mentioned huge governance failure. I guess I'm a bit more optimistic, and I say that actually this is the moment to course correct. They haven't been entrenched yet. How do we really grasp it? But the financing and the funding and the attention to this issue has to be elevated. I would really welcome the opportunity to speak to you and you over the course of the day because there's lots to talk about.
Great. Thanks, Sumi. Matt?
Yes, I would echo what Sumi said. It's been a great panel. Thank you all for coming. Happy to have bilateral discussions. Just very quickly to respond to Bennett. I did get grilled for 3.5 hours a couple of weeks ago in Mexico by customs, going through minute detail, step by step, exactly how I can be sure that there's no forced labor in our supply chain. So that customs officer had done his homework and he had all the questions ready and we went through it. I see, Europe is on the path. It takes a while to go from directive to go to national law, but they're moving in that direction, and Australia as well. And so I'm active in the policy discussions in all those jurisdictions. Definitely, Asia is the governments are not as at the forefront of that yet, but hopefully they will be.
That's going to be my next session at some point. How do we move Asian governments here? Meg.
On Banner's comment, yes, there is a governance failure, and also you have mentioned, and also we really need to make that voice out. Unless there's a demand, then it will create a supply. EU, as Matt has explaining, EU has done a great with their traceability and transitions and circularity laws, and then they are embedding that in their system and also cascading that to a global level. And yes, on the co-ops, with your question, forced labor, like we don't allow forced labor as per our country laws and also per the requirements. So that's a very tricky question to place in, but it's really important that we really factor in every component and every stakeholder of the supply chain, that we develop an equitable supply chain, and it's a task and it requires everyone efforts in that. And for not only for energy, but for every aspect in the supply chain, we really need to work in coordination and collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks, Meg. Maya.
I'll try to answer 3 of the questions. For the future of cooperatives, I think just transition will involve energy becoming more decentralized. So community-owned cooperatives as power distributors, for example, can be a viable option. For degrowth for the global north cannot be for the global south. We do need to still develop, and sustainable development is enough of a frame. And lastly, on environmental defenders, sadly, young people have eco-anxiety, they're anxious about the future, and there's also, I think, empathy fatigue. People are just done with all this negative news. So I don't really have an answer on how to spotlight the plight of environmental defenders. That is actually our core niche as an organization. But if there's one word that we can use as a handle, that would be solidarity. Thank you.
And that's a great point, and that's a great word to sort of bring this session to an end. So I do want to thank all the panelists here, and if we could have a round of applause for our panelists. But I know that we did not answer all the questions. We, in fact, ended up asking a lot more questions, which I actually feel is great because I think it's been a good conversation started, and we do have 2 days and many more sessions here, which I hope you can join. And we will try to find answers or raise more questions. But thank you, everyone, for being here with us. I'm going to hand it over to Belinda.
Thank you so much, everyone. Actually, we will end with a round of applause for that fantastic session, but just a fantastic. Just a quick reminder, we have lunch just outside, so please help yourselves. We will be starting again at 13:45, 1:45 on the dot in conference room 3. Thank you.
Okay, as the room is slowly filling up, I understand that a lot of people want to have their afternoon coffee, but we're just about to start the last session of the day on ESG. Can ESG uphold the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? So I think we'll just give it one more minute, and then, yeah, the word is over to you, Kevin.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. I think once we start talking, people will continue to come in. So let us commence with this session. Thank you, everyone. Very much looking forward to this discussion that we're going to have. I am especially grateful to all the panelists who joined us here today, some of whom came from a very far away. So thank you very much to my panelists. And as far as I can judge, I think we will have quite an active dialogue today. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to all the panelists. And let's start in alphabetical order. So first of all, we have Bennett Freeman. Bennett is an associate fellow in the International Law Program at Chatham House. He also advises multinational corporations and NGOs on policy and strategy related to human rights as a principal of Bennett Freeman Associates. He is an advisory board member and senior advisor for a wide range of organizations in the presently and in the past. He's also the co-founder of B4 Ukraine, and he was the former senior vice president for sustainability research and policy at Calvert Investments, a global leader in responsible investing. And he also served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary on Democracy, Human Rights and Labor as part of the US government State Department, and many other designations which I cannot all mention today. Welcome, Bennett.
Thank you, Kevin.
Then we have Bernadette Victorio. She's an international development and finance specialist with extensive experience delivering high-impact initiatives in a variety of strategic management and policy advocacy roles in organizations such as the ADB, GIZ, and the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. She's a program lead currently at Oxfam Fair Finance, which aims to accelerate policy implementation and action on sustainable finance across Asia. Then on my left, we have Eugene Wong. Eugene is the CEO of Sustainable Finance Institute Asia, an independent institute established to catalyze ideas on sustainable finance at the policy level in ASEAN, as well as propel action in support of those policy areas. The institute is the host of the ASEAN Taxonomy Board, and Eugene previously served as the managing director of corporate finance and investments at the Securities Commission Malaysia. He was also closely involved in ASEAN sustainable capital market initiatives, including the ASEAN Green, Social and Sustainability Board Standards. Finally, but certainly not last but not least, we have Han Le. She's the founder and CEO of Impact, a Singapore-based sustainability advisory firm, and she's worked with corporates, financial institutions, and governments on sustainability issues for over 15 years, including in Asia. She started her sustainability journey as an advisor to the Minister of Energy in New Zealand, and also served as a climate advisor at UNDP and UNEP. And finally, she provides leadership to global think tanks that work on the intersection of green investments and just transitions. Now, let's start by setting the context for this session. And as many of you probably know, ESG has become immensely popular, especially in the past few years. Nonetheless, it continues to divide opinions. And even the origin of ESG is sometimes disputed. So to the best of my understanding, I think we can trace the origins of ESG as follows. In 1999, as many of you know, the UN Secretary General, Kofi Annan, established the UN Global Compact. And then later, in 2004, under the auspices of the Global Compact, Kofi Annan wrote to the CEOs of the 55 of the world's leading financial institutions to join a new initiative, which he termed the Who Cares Wins Initiative. And then out of this initiative came a series of reports, which then coined ESG. And at the time, it was phrased as under recommendations for different actors on how to better integrate environmental, social, and corporate governance issues in asset management, securities brokerage services, and associated research functions. But since then, the term ESG has come to mean different things to different people. And that then now brings me to our current session. In this session, when we refer to ESG, we are mainly concerned with financial institutions, both in terms of ESG investing and ESG lending. And of course, company ESG disclosures and the engagement of companies by financial institutions are also relevant in this respect. Having said that, the leading topics for our session are, first of all, to explore to what extent ESG can uphold in theory and is upholding in practice the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And second, to explore what different actors, including investors, banks, regulators, stock exchanges, companies, and others, can do to make Asian ESG discourse more effective and impactful. Having said that, I would now like to turn to my right to Bennett. Bennett, some would argue that the ESG concept suffers from a lack of definitive clarity. And indeed, we don't seem to have a global authoritative definition of ESG. So in this respect, I was wondering, also considering that we have a lot of proponents of business and human rights to whom this is their Bible, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. In this respect, I want to ask you, how does ESG relate to concepts such as BHR, business and human rights and responsible business conduct on the one hand, and impact investing on the other? And then second, how do you think global ESG discourse might evolve over the next few years? Bennett, the floor is all yours.
Kevin, thank you. Thanks for the questions. Easy topic to nail in 5 minutes. But I want to thank you for the introduction of all of us, and it's a pleasure to be on the panel together with Bernadette and Han and Eugene, and to be in a room with a lot of old and new friends. So thank you. You're absolutely right that there is lack of clarity of definitions. We've gotten deep into acronym territory here, throwing a lot of these acronyms around over many, many years. ESG, I think, strictly defined, really relates to investing partly through this lens of environmental, social, and governance risk, but I would emphasize opportunity as well as risk. It subsumes, though, for many topics that really go beyond just investing. ESG is often now used in ways that conflate, and I think understandably and reasonably so, the older acronyms CSR, corporate social responsibility, and also SRI, social responsible investing. And I was at Calvert Investments for many years, which was really one of the couple pioneering SRIs in the US that really got the field going back in the 1980s. So let's think of ESG both as ESG investing, but also shorthand for this broader subject of, you call it corporate responsibility, responsible business conduct. Now, there's two other distinctions that I think are worth making before commenting on where we are globally in the next 3 minutes. So first is the distinction between ESG and impact investing. And I frankly get perturbed sometimes when those phrases are used interchangeably and when people think it's all about impact investing. I think impact investing, strictly and appropriately defined, is really the application of essentially private capital, private equity to specific social and environmental problems and projects. And it's a terrific thing, but it's largely done by high net worth individuals, family offices, philanthropies, often working with NGOs around the world, very creatively, very constructively. But it's different from ESG investing, which I think properly understood is more about public equities and debt instruments. And there's other asset classes, of course, but public equities is the one that really dominates the ESG investing discourse. Business and human rights is an agenda, a community, to some now an industry that's been around a quarter century, since the mid-1990s, even though there have been business and human rights issues and challenges going back to ancient and modern slavery centuries. But this contemporary agenda, community movement, it goes back to the mid-1990s. And the business and human rights agenda is conjoined with ESG investing. Very quickly on where we are. Look, I speak with an American accent. I try to have a global perspective, but I think it's fair to observe that there's been a backlash against ESG, largely emanating from the US. There are two prongs to this backlash. There are technical methodological issues which are global, not American specific. Inconsistency and lack of good quality in ESG metrics, criteria, portfolio construction, fund names, and marketing. There's some chaff amidst the wheat that has to get rooted out, and there are various initiatives that are trying to do just that, to deal with these technical methodological issues. Then there's the US backlash, which is not technical or methodological. It is political and it's ideological, and it's coming from one side, the right side of the political spectrum in the US, and it's highly motivated for political factors, political reasons, and it's trying to discredit a quarter century of progress on corporate responsibility and ethical social investing. And we have to see that for what it is. My view is that this agenda will continue to move forward globally if we get the act together and fix the legitimate technical and methodological substantive problems on the ESG investing side. And there's a wonderful phrase I heard a couple decades ago, I'll just end with, that I think sort of sums up, for what it's worth, my view, which is, it's an old Turkic proverb. The dogs bark, but the caravan moves on. And I think this caravan of ESG is going to move on, provided that we fix a couple of these squeaky wheels on the technical side that are real issues. But we're going to move forward in this region and globally, including in the US, and we're going to see off the political problems as best as we can. And we're trying hard in the US. But you're making such great progress in Southeast Asia, across the Asia Pacific region, India, elsewhere, and let's keep moving forward together.
Thank you so much, Bennett, and exactly in time. Thank you very much for that as well. So as the caravan moves on, so do we with our questions. So next we turn to Bernadette, on my right also. Fair Finance Asia, as many of you know, continues to do invaluable work in assessing the ESG policies of banks and promote sustainable finance more broadly. Bernadette, drawing on the wealth of knowledge produced by your organization and your colleagues, I was wondering the following. So how do banks and investors in Asia compare to their global peers in terms of ESG policies and performance?
Thank you so much for that question, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining this session. Fair Finance Asia, as mentioned by Kevin, we work a lot on benchmarking and looking at the policies of financial institutions, banks, insurers, pension funds across Asia. Investors less so, because we actually track more of their portfolio in terms of their financial flows in specific sectors. But to answer your question, maybe just also to give a little bit of background, Fair Finance Asia, we leverage a methodology called the Fair Finance Guide International Methodology when we are benchmarking the financial policies of banks and financial institutions. And we build the capacity of civil society across the region to do this benchmark and to assess the quality of policies and their alignment to international norms and standards, like the UN guiding principles. Mainly, we assess the policies and alignments of banks to international norms and standards relating to climate change, human rights, labor rights, gender equality, transparency and accountability, among others. And across Asia, in our coalitions, we are now in 10 countries. Our partners from Indonesia, India, Japan, Philippines, Thailand and Vietnam have all launched their own policy assessments through the years. And we are now anticipating, for example, policy assessments coming also from our partners in Pakistan and in Cambodia. Beyond Asia, also, it's important to note that FFGI methodology is also used by fair finance coalitions across Europe, Latin America, and Africa. And this is where we begin to assess how Asian financial institutions are actually comparing to their peers from those other regions. And I think, in short, they are definitely lagging behind, especially on thematic areas such as climate change, human rights, gender equality. Through the years, we actually, in our engagement through our national coalitions with financial institutions, many of them are really grappling with how to incorporate these thematic areas into their policies. And they're looking for many examples how other banks, financial institutions, their peers from other regions are doing that, because obviously many of their peers from other regions are doing that much better and in a more advanced way. And it's important to note that as they are also building their capacity to do this, they are also, requesting more support from civil society across Asia, such as our coalitions in Fair Finance Asia, on how to do this and what exactly we are looking for when we say we are looking for gender equality in their policies, and what does that mean. So it's, in a way, it's opening up discussion, the dialogue with them on the gaps in their policies and what they need to do in order to close those gaps in terms of improving their policies in those specific areas. It's also important to note that even though they are not doing very well on those areas, there are areas where financial institutions in Asia are doing better. For example, in tax, anti-corruption, financial inclusion. And some of you are probably going to recognize that some of these thematic areas are probably relating to existing legislation or laws in many of the Asian countries, because these are mandated at the national level. And that also speaks volumes of who are the drivers of change. For example, even for financial institution and financial sector policies for financial institutions in Asia, meaning that they are, of course, looking to policymakers, regulators, in terms of what are the legislation and what they should comply with. Yes. Having said that, it's important to note that benchmarking policies is important, but it's not the only way that Fair Finance Asia is tracking. It's important to track the improvement in policies across the financial institutions in Asia with their practice. So policy goes hand in hand with practice. Doesn't matter how well they perform, in the ESG or in the policies, if they don't put that into practice. And that is what civil society, for example, track using case studies, in-depth reports that they do together with community representatives and impacted communities, depending on what kind of sectors or projects are being financed by these banks. So I will end there, and looking forward to more discussions about how they perform in ESG policies and how that translates to practice.
Thank you so much, Bernadette, for highlighting that, and very much looking forward on the practice part. I would also want to highlight that as we move to Eugene, since Bernadette mentioned that these financial institutions are lagging behind their global peers in terms of policies. If you could also reflect perhaps a bit what that means in practice, especially since you lead one of the most rigorous and credible think tanks operating in Asia. And in this respect, I was hoping you would want to share some of your foresight with us and perhaps take a bird's eye view and go up a little bit to the policy level. I would want you to reflect how advanced is ESG in ASEAN, both in terms of investing and lending, and how is this actually starting to affect companies in the region?
Thank you. Well, it's interesting you mentioned foresight because foresight is actually the name of a series of publications we have with the National University of Singapore. And if you go to our website, you'll be able to see that one of the publications we have is on integrating ESG factors into executive remuneration. But before I start off, I just wanted to really make a point, and the point is to the theme of this particular session: can ESG uphold the sort of sustainable world we want to look at? I think ESG, not ESG alone, but sustainable financing can do that, because if sustainable financing cannot do that, then nothing else can. We all know that money makes the world move, and we all need financing to achieve our goals. Right now, the SDGs, they are not anywhere close to fruition in Southeast Asia. So it will take a real paradigm shift for us to do that. Are we seeing that paradigm shift coming in? Yes, definitely. And it's not due to any particular factor. It's a confluence of factors. So we see an external influence. We have developed countries trying to push the agenda. And of course, that's flowing through the supply chain. We have a great recognition politically in our own establishments that this is an important factor. And although Southeast Asia contributes to a small portion of emissions, did not put the carbon into the carbon stock, it is a global citizen and it has to do something about it. Because if you look at it, just look at the coastlines we have and how many of our citizens live in those coastlines. Look at the agriculture society, look at our need for adaptation. It is a serious affair. And we are in a leaking boat at the moment. So the question is, do we actually fix the holes in the boat? That's called adaptation. Or do we, that's called mitigation. Or do we empty the water out? That's called adaptation. We are in a stage where the water's filling up very quickly and we have to do both at the same time. So the challenge is there that we need to channel a lot of money into whatever you call it, whether it's sustainability, whether it's ESG, whether it's the SDGs. There are different variations and interpretations to it, but there's only one single outcome to it, and that is for us to ensure that we future-proof our society and the world that we have. So it doesn't matter what you call it, it's about future-proofing. It's about ensuring that as we develop in a sustainable manner with equality. So that is something that's very important for us. Now, we talked about how ready the financial sector is to support this, because ultimately we need the money to be oriented into this particular sustainable agenda and away from things that are not sustainable. Let me give you an idea. In a survey that's done by one of the banks, I think back in 2021, 44% of the companies surveyed said, hey, we actually are incorporating sustainability into our processes. But this is a far cry from the US, where they're looking at 91%. It's actually Europe that's 91%, and the EU is about 71%. So it is a far cry, and there's a lot of awareness that still has to be created. So we are trying to establish this. And I know that many people will say, is this substance over form? Because the biggest thing we're worried about is that all this is form. It's a box-ticking exercise to satisfy someone, whether it be a regulator, whether it be a customer, whether you just feel that you have to be in the in crowd. But the factors are actually pushing everybody such that it is a real event. So let me give you an example, right? If you're protecting the value of your business, and if you don't shift to sustainability, you will be kicked out of the supply chain. And Standard Chartered Bank has done a survey. MNCs are willing to get rid of companies in their supply chain that don't meet their own criteria. So Singapore, for example, stands to lose up to 147 billion a year. Malaysia, 65 billion. Indonesia loses up to 27 billion. So this is not just a threat, it's an opportunity as well, because if you can come in, these companies are willing to pay a premium for suppliers who can meet the demand. The second is actually the value of assets and your ability to access financing, because the banks and investors will start to worry. So if you're not going to be part of the supply chain or your assets are at risk because of climate change or ESG risk, then you're out. The last thing I wanted to say is that actually we have to look at three components coming in to drive this agenda. The first is really self-discipline, and Bennett talked a bit about that, right? As a company, you should be aware that this is something you should do, but not many people do things of the goodness of their heart or because they want to contribute. So this is where the market, everyone from the financial sector to the real economy, must come in to enforce as a whole, as a group. And where these two forces fail, then we need the regulators to come in and do that. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene. And I would also like to ask Bennett, because Eugene, you mentioned, you questioned whether this uptake of responsible business or ESG sometimes is substance over form. So then, Bennett, I would like you to keep that in mind when you answer the next question when that comes around. Sure. Thank you so much. And thank you again, Eugene. So now I would like to move to my left, to Han. Han, as our other speakers, you bring quite a unique perspective to this panel. Because even though you've engaged a lot on green investments in Asia, you've also really worked with companies and went through the weeds with them, trying to figure out how do they measure their impacts, and then how do they disclose on their impacts. And I also want to recall what the CEO of GRI said earlier today, is that we need mandatory ESG disclosures, but then we also need thorough assurance of those disclosures. And so then in this context, I wanted to pick your brain on what challenges companies are facing in measuring and disclosing their ESG impacts, and then especially linked to the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here with my fellow panelists, and thanks for the question. Maybe before I get into the challenges that companies facing as a consultant, let me start with some numbers, and that will sort of paint the picture of sustainable finance status in ASEAN. Because, I mean, you know, we've heard a lot about sustainable finance. A lot of policies have been developed over the last few years very rapidly in the region. The numbers, however, is grown very fast, 200% in some years. I think in 2021, the outstanding sustainable finance debt in ASEAN stand at around $24 billion. That is, you know, it's in the billion, but it's only around 2.5% of the total conventional debt market in general. Is, oh no, actually, yeah. And then it's about 1% of the global sustainable finance, sustainable debt market. So that just goes to show that it's still quite small. The number of issuers in ASEAN, probably excluding Singapore, is still within 100. The number is still within the 100. So that just goes to show it's still very small number of issuers, small number of players that are participating in the sustainable finance market. And why is that? There are a lot of challenges, and that I will go into the challenges for companies and also including financial institutions as well. In terms of measuring and disclosing ESG data, let's look at the drivers of why companies are doing that, right? So there's a lot of policies as one. I mean, there's more and more, you know, in terms of the capital market requirements for public listed companies to provide ESG reporting as part of their annual report. There's also other drivers from export market. You know, it's not entirely ESG, but related to carbon footprint, such as the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, also the ESRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive by the EU, that requiring their companies to provide Scope 3 emissions, which would entail Scope 1 and 2 emissions for businesses in ASEAN, right, as the suppliers, as part of the value chain. Also, in terms of financing, more banks in the region are expected to have greener portfolio, hence there will be the downward pressure onto their clients. And other drivers in terms of opportunities, as Bennett and Eugene was saying, there's carbon revenue that companies looked at as their opportunities. Now, those are the drivers for why companies want to look at this, right? However, as also Bennett was saying, the ESG van has a lot of squeaky wheels. There's a number of wheels, actually, when it comes to reporting frameworks and standards, right? There's so many standards that the companies that we worked with are mainly sort of at loss of and often the word to describe is confused of what to use. And of course, that comes our role in supporting that. But the most challenging part of this is which standard to choose that meets international criteria and reputation that meets the expectation of international investor, but at the same time meets the local reporting and local regulations. And that matching is quite important for companies. The second thing is when you look at the ESG reporting requirements, I take an example of Vietnam. When we looked at there's the degree on that has come out quite early on, but very much focused on greenhouse gas emission. So say, on human rights, which is also, in the context of Vietnam, is, an intervention earlier on today. And so we use a different terminology. But there's no instruction or guidance on that, right? So there's a lot of focus on greenhouse gas emission. So now with greenhouse gas emission, then it comes to data. So companies haven't really kept or collected this data for a long while. So now to do it and meet the international requirements, it takes a lot of effort and capability, and that is an issue in the market at the moment in terms of capability to do so. And so that is the current situation. For Impact's mission is not actually just stop at data. So we have a framework we call a 3D framework, which is data, decarbonization, and disclosure. So data is to do reporting, to meet the requirement, but actually what we really want to aim at is to enable decision-making. Internal decision-making, it gotta be integrated into the financial decision-making, investment decision-making, and how to do that is something that, the market is working on, and basically companies are looking at really system solutions to do this, and it's a challenge and opportunity from a company's perspective. I stop there.
Thank you so much, Han. So we had our first round of questions. Takeaways so far have been, as Bennett highlighted in the beginning, is that we have some technical and methodological issues with ESG, but that some of the criticism is being fueled by politics. Then Bernadette highlighted that Asian financial institutions, primarily focused around banks, seem to be lagging behind their global peers, and that they're grappling with how to respond to climate change, human rights, and gender equality. We heard from Eugene that we need a real paradigm shift, and he also questioned whether some practices are more substance over form. And then finally, Han, what I took away from you, many points, but some businesses seem to be grappling with the different standards that are out there, and also how they use their data, what they then eventually do with that data. And that then, all of this is a bridge to what I would like to ask of you, Bennett, coming back to you. In your view, how effective are contemporary ESG strategies in upholding the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? Are such strategies leading to impacts, or are there any blind spots? Over to you. Thank you.
I always try to be positive and optimistic, but I think the short, quick, initial, easy answer is that not nearly effective enough, and there are big blind spots. But to be fair and reasonable, is that this right to a healthy environment is a new UN standard, recently agreed, still not very widely publicized, let alone implemented. We shouldn't be at early days, given the convergence of the climate crisis with human rights, the convergence of the E and S, which is still insufficiently appreciated in my view. But to be precise about this right for a healthy environment, we have a lot of work to do just to simply promote awareness and acceptance, let alone to move forward with implementation and impact. There are some examples around the world where we are beginning to make impact. One in the UN world that I was involved with at Calvert is around water sustainability, the CEO mandate. I remember being part of those discussions a dozen years ago that got the UN to acknowledge publicly that access to water is a human right. That was a major, major step forward. But I think we have a broader challenge here of understanding that while the S issues and the E issues stand on their own, that they are also inextricably and irreversibly intertwined. One issue I frankly get a little touchy about is, even though I think we can all agree that the climate crisis is the most urgent one in the world today, that sometimes I worry that it obscures the human rights crisis that is partly connected to climate, but also I think stands in its own terms in terms of civil and political rights around the world, particularly as some autocracies act with greater impunity than ever, and frankly, some democracies become illiberal. But I don't want to be so negative. We're still in early days in this right to a healthy environment. As for the blind spots, my gosh, we have these blind spots. We don't have enough awareness yet. But I think we need to be more understanding of the political and civil rights underpinnings of the right to healthy environment, the need for civic space, what I've called in the past shared space, the idea that civil society and business have a shared space of the rule of law, accountable governance, civic freedoms, freedom of expression, assembly, and association are not only the lifebloods that enable and empower civil society, but should also be the underpinnings of sustainable and profitable business and investment environments. That shared space, that civic space, is vital, and we need to see more companies, industries, multi-stakeholder initiatives stand up around the world, I think, for rule of law, for accountable governance, for those civic freedoms. I've been heartened to see, although worried about the outcome next week of the constitutional amendment referendum in Australia, right of voice for indigenous peoples. It's not looking great in the polls, but at least it's been heartening to see major business leaders, investment leaders in Australia speak out for what they think is a business interest, an economic interest in a more inclusive society and democracy that respects and tries to address historical injustices. That's an example of where business, I think, can lend its voice. I was happy to contribute to a paper by a Chatham House colleague, Harriet Moynihan, called The Blind Spot in ESG, just released at the beginning of July, that calls attention to this civic space, shared space dimensions of the S in ESG. Yes, we have to focus on labor rights, human rights, indigenous peoples' rights, on diversity, inclusion, gender equity, LGBTQ equality, but we also have to be very focused on the rule of law, accountable governance, civic freedom. So I just want to leave this idea of shared space as being actually, civic space as being vital to the right to a healthy environment. It's great that we're recognizing the connections here between rights and environment, but we also have to understand the rights underpinnings are indispensable, and without them, all is lost for a healthy environment and overcoming this climate crisis of ours.
Just since we have a little bit of time, Bennett, I just wanted to ask you, so what could investors then do to promote broader civic space to address these issues? Are there any examples that you could give?
Yes, thanks. Just last week, there was an op-ed column by a couple of leading Australian investors supporting this right to voice for Indigenous peoples to Parliament. There have been investor statements, including a couple I've been involved with in the last year and a half, opposing the aggression against Ukraine, but also trying to restore democracy, the democratic transition in Sudan. Investors who've actually understood that there's a business interest in rule of law and accountable governance. And there's many investors and companies around the world who have characterized the attack on Ukraine as an attack on the international rules-based order. We all know that that international rules-based order has been imposed in some ways and implemented in many ways inequitably, inconsistently, and we've got to reform the international community and think about the world more inclusively from a global south, not just a global north perspective. But if we lose the rule of law in some reformed international rules-based order, I fear for the future of the international community and business and investors almost as much, maybe as much as companies, I think need to play a vital role using their voice to support rules and law and the foundations of civil society and democratic institutions. If we take those for granted as investors or as business leaders, we give up and civil society loses, and human rights.
Thank you very much, Bennett. Bernadette, I would now like to turn back to you. When we think about impact, as many of your fellow panelists have done already, and you already mentioned that you would like to speak a little bit about the practice of investors. So then my question to you becomes, to what extent do ESG strategies of financial institutions, as well as the underlying data and ratings and products and services that we have in this ESG infrastructure, to what extent do they take into account planetary boundaries and the lived experiences of rights holders, or so to say, the people on the ground?
I'm not so sure we can call them strategies yet. Not many of them would have very structured strategies yet. And also, whether or not they actually reach the communities or the people on the ground is still quite a question, especially even in this panel, we are talking about them grappling with standards, varying reporting templates, etc. So for them, even thinking about the people on the ground is probably quite difficult. So I think in terms of what strategies they should be looking at from the civil society perspective, we actually have some insights on this. So first of all, as I mentioned also already a while ago, is looking at policies versus practices. I mean, when we talk about ESG, we still very much talk about the policy on paper, or how good they look on paper, but whether they are actually practiced or implemented on the ground is another issue that many civil society actually, including Fair Finance Asia, track. I mentioned to you in our discussion that, for example, in Europe, many of the financial institutions that we see across our network working in that region are seeing financial institutions game benchmarking, rankings, because they know exactly what maybe these rankings are looking for, and they are including those very nice words in their policies. Whether or not they are practiced, that's for us to check on the ground, and that burden usually falls to civil society and community representatives. Risk assessment versus impact assessment. So financial institutions are still very much always assessing the risks, to their bottom line. But whether they are actually assessing the impacts on the ground, which again leads to your question on whether they are taking into account, the impact to the people or the communities is, again, something that needs to be part of their strategy. So there has to be a paradigm shift, not only assessing all the time the risks, but also looking at the impacts. And again, shifting, the thinking that sustainability policies should be, these things that we measure in terms of ESG reporting. It should be, for us as civil society, what we also call for is more transparency and accountability. In recent, times, we are seeing that a lot of them are having this hushing of their policies. They start to maybe not announce these policies, trying to avoid maybe criticisms, especially by civil society, or being, assessed against their commitments. So this is also happening as a trend that we are seeing. But what we are trying to encourage is that part of the strategy should be creating more public these policies so that we can see greater accountability, and that independent mechanisms, tracking mechanisms like civil society, will be able to really compare what they are saying versus the practice that we are seeing on the ground. And we also want to see, more involvement looking at the whole ecosystem of the financial sector. Of course, the discussion in this panel is looking a lot on investors and banks and financial institutions, but there's a whole ecosystem that also enables, for example, rating agencies. How are they providing, very good ratings to these banks? What are the methodologies being used? What are they, looking in terms of the performance of the banks against the practices they have on the ground, and how their policies or their investments are impacting people and communities? So those should be factored in, and those reforms should also be part of the changes that we are looking at. More importantly, stakeholder engagement should be there. I mean, there was a lot of talk about the role of regulators. And in Asia, for example, we recognize this as civil society, that they are a great driver of change for financial sector policies in the region. But civil society is hardly part of the discussion. So we are not always, part of the consultations. And again, if we are going to have more transparent and accountable, reforms moving forward, the communities and the people and civil society need to be part of those discussions in taxonomy consultations that are happening, for example, and mobilizing the voice of the consumers, because they have a stake in this, especially for the banks that are, using their private money, to invest in businesses or practices that are probably not aligned with their own personal values relating to climate change, human rights, gender equality. So these are some of the considerations that we need to think about when we talk about the strategies for ESG.
Thank you very much. And I think, again, your reflections are quite in line with a session we had earlier today, where it was mentioned that, there's a discrepancy between the mandatory financial data and disclosures, and then the voluntary disclosures and data. And I think you in the context of ratings, right? So I think actually there has been research. If you look at traditional credit ratings, I think there's a correlation of over 92%, whereas with ESG ratings, that correlation is at 50%. And some people argue we need that discrepancy, and some say we don't. So maybe that's something for later reflection. But then also, just in 30 seconds before we move on back to Eugene, so what do you think investors should do concretely? What are some of the examples actions that they could take to address some of your concerns?
Well, as mentioned before, they should really put more focus on transparency and accountability, making their policies known, using their leverage, financial leverage, investment leverage, to engage with specific banks and specific businesses and projects to ensure that those policies are actually implemented also by their fundees.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Bernadette. So then, Eugene, let me turn left again. And now let's swing the pendulum once more. We go back from the ground level up to the policy level. So you frequently engage with governments, regulators, standard setters, and therefore I wanted to ask you how you see the ESG infrastructure evolving. And since you have a lot of experience in ASEAN, perhaps we can limit it to ASEAN. So for example, what types of ESG requirements exist or are contemplated by these regulators or standard setters? Thank you.
Thank you. So I actually want to start off by reinforcing a point that Bennett raised. we're actually fighting several battles now, and these battles determine the outcome of a war. And that war is actually sustainability, and the battles we are fighting have a climate aspect, they have a social aspect. But the important point to understand is that if we lose any of these battles, we lose the war. And that's why I'm very conscious when I use the term sustainability. I'm looking at the interdependencies of all these different factors, and that's why I totally agree with you, Bennett. So what is really important is for us to develop an ecosystem. I think that is what the regulators and policymakers are really focusing their efforts on right now. And in Southeast Asia, the capital market regulators, central banks, ministries of finance, insurance regulators have gotten together to do a few things. But we are actually guided by two main efforts, one coming from the capital market regulators on their blueprint for sustainable finance, and the other by the central banks. But guess what? They all have three common pillars in developing the ecosystem. The first is actually taxonomy, because this morning we heard a lot about common language. And I think that point Bennett made about the technical issues is very important, because if we're all speaking different languages, we are not able to communicate effectively, right? And there is going to be so much doubt and so much uncertainty, and we can't allocate and orient that capital effectively.
So just for everyone in the room, what is a taxonomy?
All right, a taxonomy is a classification of activities. So the last time you probably heard about taxonomy was when you were in school and your biology teacher brought up this chart and showed you that, these are the fish, these are the mammals, these are the insects. A taxonomy actually comes out and says, these are really sustainable activities, these are transitioning, and these are really no bad activities or red activities. So I think it's important to do that, because there was you mentioned just now when introducing me about the ASEAN Green Bond Standards, Social Bond Standards, and Sustainability Bond Standards. Now, these were created to provide a common definition of what qualifies as a sustainable bond, a green bond, or social bond. With those standards today, we've got $43 billion in issuances labeled using those standards. So it just does prove that a common language helps. The problem we are facing today is that when we started, we wanted taxonomies to actually provide a common language. But today we have over 40 official taxonomies under development or being issued or have been issued. We have about 150 to 180 proprietary taxonomies that institutions use for themselves. So we need to find a way to start consolidating this again. An important point the regulators in Southeast Asia have raised is that we need to actually have an orderly, affordable, and just transition, because that's really, really important. We need to look at the social aspects of this as well. So in the ASEAN taxonomy, again, the classification system, it looks at the classification of the different activities based on environmental objectives. So the environmental objectives are climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, and resource resilience, and transition to a circular economy. But even if you meet any of these objectives, but you fail the social aspects test, you are immediately not taxonomy eligible. And that shows how closely interwoven the social aspects and the environmental aspects are. So with transition, I think what is very important is that we're all at different starting points. One country's transition journey cannot be the same as another, and one company's cannot be the same as another. So it's important for us to understand that transitions actually will take different pathways, and we must recognize the different starting points, because if we don't, what we're doing is we're excluding people from the sustainable journey rather than being inclusive and helping them along the way. And the third thing I wanted to talk about is actually disclosures. This morning we heard Elko talk about disclosures. I think that's really, really important, because disclosures actually enable stakeholder accountability, and they enable efficient and effective resource allocation, because if you don't have the information, you can't make the right choices. But what's really important, and there's a question asked today about the reducing number of data sets this morning, right? I think that's really important, because as we try and find commonalities, we are starting to reduce the universe of important information. And there's a lot of talk about, we should go for global baselines, but actually, because there's so many reasons for using sustainability information, we have to move from global baselines to stakeholder baselines. Now, that's something I think, certainly GRI can also contribute to.
Thank you very much, Eugene, for highlighting, an ecosystem in many different ways. So from taxonomies and transitions and to disclosures, but also to the interlinkages of these ESG issues, and that if we lose the battle on one front, let's say on civic space, we might lose the battle on all fronts. So thank you very much for highlighting that. Then Han, as you would probably agree with me, I think, like many stakeholder groups, businesses are not a homogeneous group. And indeed, for example, we have privately or state-owned enterprises, we have corporate or family-owned enterprises, and we have multinationals and SMEs. So again, drawing on your experience of engaging with businesses, companies, I was wondering, to what extent are these different types of businesses engaged in ESG discourse in Asia, for example, because they are engaged by financial institutions?
Thank you, Kevin, for the question. And you're absolutely right about these different groups of stakeholders and businesses. I think probably it boiled down to one word, that is the capabilities when it comes to ESG, right? With these different groups of stakeholders. And then in addition to it, I mean, obviously, if you work with SOEs, there's also, in addition to the business imperative, there's also other objectives and requirements that come with SOEs, like area, for example, in energy or environment. So there's other government objective that SOEs will have to respond to.
Yeah, so state-owned enterprises.
Yes, state-owned enterprises. And so when it comes to ESG, I think really you will see the differences in capabilities across these different groups. And that's why SMEs, small, medium enterprises, will be the one that, probably at the lower end of the value chain, but also receive a lot of pressures and really need a lot of support in building their capability in, data collection, in this different set of these data sets, in how to respond to these different stakeholders, from regulators to investors, right? So from our experience in working, especially international investors and coming into, emerging markets, even for sort of medium-sized to larger corporations, there's still, like some gaps in expectation and market practices. And that needs some communication / negotiation to reach a common point where investment can happen, where deals can happen, because often the time is, and even for institutions, with DFIs, with experience and presence.
So could you give an example of that, perhaps?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, in the past, we work with say waste management project, right? And the international investor would want to have a very high quality due diligence report done, which cost a bit of money for local business to envisage. Right. So, and that is not a practice. A domestic commercial bank is not expecting that to be done, but international investor does. So how do you convince the local business that actually that is needed, and so that needs a bit of communication that it is needed for international investor, a little bit of brokerage to make that happen in a way that local business also have to incur a bit less money, and that needs a lot of work in trust, building trust and communication. So that's just an example, and I think the project is within $100 million, but that's just market practices. That's one example. What from our experience really, from investors and especially international investors, it requires some patience and really commitment to building capacity to local partners.
Thank you very much. So we've completed our second round of questions. And now, before we move into the audience questions, I think we have slightly more than 20 minutes. So we'll keep it brief, but I'll propose to my panelists that they can answer one of two questions, and they get 1 minute each. So it's kind of a quick fire. So the first question, or you can answer both if you want in a minute, up to you. So the first question is that there's a lot of debate on the future of ESG. Do you think ESG should be reimagined? Why or why not? Second question, name one action or intervention which you think should be prioritized in order for ESG to uphold the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Let me start with Eugene.
Well, I think the problem is the naming convention. ESG, sustainability is not important. The important thing is what are the drivers that will future-proof your economic activity, your business, and that is really where we should be focusing on. There is no choice. I was asked 2 years back at a forum like this, how long do you think sustainable finance will be going on for? And where do you think it'll be in the next 10 years? And I said, in the next 10 years, you won't have sustainable finance anymore. And everyone fell off their seats. And I explained the reason is because sustainable finance is just merely incorporating sustainability into financial investment in decision making. And because sustainability is so important, you're just going to have to incorporate it anyway. So you won't even have to call it sustainable finance anymore. You just call it finance because it is a given that has been incorporated. So the future of ESG is exactly the same. We live in a world that is changing, where we are seeing the physical effects. We are demanding more equality for our citizens, and that's the only way we can to move forward.
Thank you. Good, within 1 minute. So you're saying ESG investing, there's a business case for it, therefore it's just regular investing. We don't need ESG investing.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Let me move to Bernadette. You have 1 minute and it starts now.
So many people ask us, what is fair finance? Why does it have to be fair? Isn't that a subjective term? But actually, maybe that also responds to the question of reimagining ESG, because for us as civil society, we don't compartmentalize the practices and the policies and their classification, whether this is only for environment, this is only social, this is governance, because as mentioned already, they're all very interconnected. You cannot have climate change, for example, policies that are not interconnected with human rights or labor rights. And since these are very interconnected, sustainability is probably the term that encompasses them all. But more importantly, are they fair? Are they actually serving the purpose for which we are looking at these? And in the end, that's the communities that are actually the end beneficiaries of why we are creating these policies, right? It's our environment, it's the people that are, the laborers, the communities that are living in those polluted environments. So I think it's important to reimagine it as not as a tick box exercise where we are having indicators classified as one letter to the other, but more importantly, a holistic approach, a strategy that they are actually taking into account the well-being of communities.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. Let me turn to Han. Would you like to reflect on either of the two questions? Your minute starts now.
Thank you. So as the partners at MPAC's been working on, climate change issues for over 15 years, and our mission has always been, mainstreaming climate change and sustainability into policymaking and business decision making. ESG really has triggered and really motivates and incentivizes a lot of interest from businesses. So I really would like ESG to continue as mission, and whichever, there's a lot of tweaks and a lot of work to be done on it, but the value it has brought in terms of the terminology is really, from what we work with businesses, has been really excellent in that sense. I've never seen businesses responded to these issues in the same way. So for sure, I see it very positively.
Thank you very much, Han. Now let me turn to Bennett.
Thank you. Before I hit that first question in 45 seconds, I'm going to take 15 seconds to make explicit a point I should have made in the previous round that I did suggest this morning in the just transition when I contributed toward the end of that discussion. And that is, we're not going to have a healthy environment or right to healthy environment without respecting and protecting land and environmental and human rights defenders. They play vital roles. Their rights are on the line. Their lives are at stake. We have to protect and support them. Critically important. On this reimagine issue, look, we have only imagined in the last 2 decades ESG. Yes, we have roots in CSR and SRI, those acronyms going back 4 decades. But I don't think we need to reimagine so much as to reform, renovate, and implement and fix those problems, fix those squeaky wheels. We need greater clarity, consistency in criteria, in metrics. We need greater, not just consistency, but constancy in this basic proposition that environmental, social, and governance factors are risks and opportunities. The E, S, and the G stand on their own, but they also are inseparable, and they need to therefore be considered both separately and together, not either, but both. So sure, I'm for reimagining everything, and that's how we improve and evolve as societies and economies and countries. But I think the priority now is reform, renovate, implement with an eye to greater consistency, greater constancy, and impact. And, just because we have some critics in certain countries who want to blow up half a century of progress on corporate responsibility and responsible investing doesn't mean we have to reimagine the whole proposition. We have to fix the problems, reform, renovate, and move forward.
Thank you very much, Bennett. So with that, I would like to open the floor for questions, and I'll take a couple at a time. See a lot of hands going up. I saw and then we also ensure gender diversity in our questions. So the gentleman in the back, who was first, could you please pose your question? Thank you.
Sure, so I'll cover the old white guy category. So Rich Verbaker, China-based entrepreneur, collector responsibility is the name of my brand. I've been looking at ESG for quite a while, and I guess there's 2 squeaky wheels I'm asking of the panel. One is ESG can be used as a kind of an MNC tool to understand their supply chain risk in the region, but also from the region's own brands to access capital overseas or access higher quality capital. The second one I look at is really just kind of the future version of this. So it's financial market, it's based on the quarter, what's your current risk? I actually view the power of ESG as being what's your risk to water, to climate, to these issues in the future as a strategic tool. And I'm just curious, any kind of insights or kind of reflections based on those 2 squeaky wheels? Because those are me for that's core to how we fix this, is bringing those 2 things together. Okay,
thank you very much. I'll take 2 more questions, and please, I'll prioritize questions over comments, and please keep it to 30 minutes. 30 seconds, yes, sorry. We have the 2 women here in the front, and then I'll take 3 more later, yeah.
Okay. Namaskar, this is Neha. Thank you for the panel, and my question is for the Fair Finance Asia and also ASEAN. So I'm a civil society representative from India, working with the Indian government very closely. And now it's becoming very difficult for civil society and NGOs to get the FCRA license, which is the Foreign Contribution Regulation Authority. It's really next to impossible. Most of the NGOs are losing their FCRA or they're not getting renewed. So in such a situation, how can we collaborate with the international partners?
Okay. Thank you for keeping it within time. Second question, please.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Wu from ClientF, an international environmental law NGO looking at energy systems and disputes as a lawyer. So my first question is a little bit of ties to Neha's question. That's with respect to coordinative efforts between regulators, stakeholders, such as NGOs, as also as business. So who takes sort of leadership role in coordinating, as Eugene put it, the various battles that make up a war? And I'm looking at issues beyond taxonomy now, because obviously taxonomies is maybe a good example of how ASEAN work together, but what other areas and who takes leadership in this, and how can NGOs fit into this when a lot of this matter is actually very technical, it's potentially very regulatory specific, and of course, in terms of businesses, there may be some kind of suspicion towards NGOs. That's my first question. My second question is not going to make the first question an easy answer, because my second question is about the role of civil society in driving change, specifically the litigation role in Asia, in pushing investors and corporates in terms of their ambition.
Can you please come to the question? Thank you.
So my question is, what is your view on the role of civil society in litigation to push the needle on this, and how would that hamper coordinative efforts? In my first question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So who would like to answer the first question? Do I have any takers from the gentleman in the back? Eugene?
I'll do the first one. I think it's called single materiality and double materiality, right? If you look at it from an accounting perspective. So single materiality is when you look at the impact of the world on your value proposition, and double materiality is when you also look at your impact on the world around it. But I want to actually make a very important point, and I've made this point to many people, that is, if you don't consider your impact on the world around you, you're also missing on a big segment of information, because how you impact water resources, how you impact other biodiversity, that's going to come back and haunt you at the end of the day. So I think it's very important that we use information as a tool for governance, so that you know the role you play, and that is something that has to be evolving over time. The second is that you need to use that information to be able to manage your operations, so that you reduce those risks, as well as reduce the risks that you are creating on the world around you. So it's very important to be able to do that.
Thank you very much, Eugene. And then the second question was directed to Fair Finance Asia, and was it Johan? Just Fair Finance Asia, yeah. Go ahead, Bernadette.
I'll try to address the civil society related questions, and it's probably not going to be chronological, but I hope that I address everything. So firstly, maybe where do CSOs fit into this? I think it's important to mention here that civil society are not always or traditionally considered as a important stakeholder, especially in financial sector issues and discussions. I think it's important to recognize that even in this panel, because we always try our best to get our foot in the door, to get our representation, to be part of the consultations, but it's not always that we are invited freely. And I think it's important to mention that Fair Finance Asia, for example, one of our main objectives is really to build the capacity of civil society to be able to understand these questions. What is the financial market? What is a taxonomy? How do you engage in discussions about taxonomy? What are the issues you have to pay attention to? When you're benchmarking the policies of financial institutions, where do you look so that you can look at those indicators, and really to prepare civil society to be able to be engaging in this, identifying the critical issues, building their capacity so that they can respond very well to the issues that are thrown to them by regulators, by financial institutions that don't traditionally consult with them. Over the years, we have been able to be successful in doing that many of our partners are more and more being engaged at the national level, and we need to do that more at the regional level, maybe talking to Eugene also how we could help support more at the ASEAN level as well. But I think it's important to mention that while we are doing this, we are also seeing a lot of shrinking civic space. The more that civil society is finding its voice, the more that we are getting pushback. The more that we are understanding the issues and asking the questions that don't want to be asked, the more that there is shrinking space for us to do that. And unfortunately, this is happening in India. And I'm very familiar with the issue you raised, Neha, because we have also local partners there. And we, of course, recognize that this is something that is not easily fixable, and this also relates to governance. And I think the way that we try to work here is, with Fair Finance Asia, we work with a network, as you mentioned, looking at international collaborations. We are very happy to explore, maybe this is not something I can answer here, but I'm happy to do a bilateral discussion with you on what are the potential synergies that we can look at so that we could, highlight some of the issues that you as civil society at the national level are grappling with, and how our partners outside of India can support and work together. And I think it's also important to mention the litigation part. I think this is something that's, for example, we have partners at Mule that won, for example, the litigation against Shell in the Netherlands. Some of our partners were working there. Litigation, is that the first step that you should look at? Probably not, because for us, with limited resources as civil society, we don't have that capacity or resources to engage in that. It's a very expensive process, although many, our lawyers and organizations are trying to offer these services. But I think even as Fair Finance Asia, even before we even say divest, we even encourage financial institutions to ensure that there is proper engagement, that they use their leverage as investors to create a positive change, not just let go of the investment because another investor who doesn't pay attention to those issues can just take over, and then again you're starting from scratch. So even with litigation, it's not something that we think of as a first step unless we really see that they are not paying attention to the voices or to the engagement or to our call to action. So I think this is something also that many civil society are starting to consider moving forward.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. And since we touched upon the litigation, I would now like to have 3 more questions, one for Bennett and one for Han at least. So who has a question for Bennett and Han? Okay, gentleman here in the front, the miss there, and the gentleman in the back. Yeah.
Do we have 1 minute?
30 seconds, thank you. A question.
And a question. Yes, we have to fix those squeezy wheels, but I think also we have to look at the governance in terms of path that we have to follow and the horses, which is the private sector. I think there is a broad consensus that the private sector can reach the goal alone. And that means that basically we need to find a business case, even before finding the finance. If the business case is there, the finance will follow. And the question is very simple, because I consider it a very concrete action. What Mr. Bennett thinks about the carbon tax that has been recently implemented by the European Union, it's only on the environmental side, it's not on the environmental rights, but at least it's a concrete step. And also, which is the biggest success that we have achieved so far? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lala from Malaysia. Basically, I also do some work with standard development, and I just want to ask Bennett's view about, there's been a lot of organizations trying to get certified for ESG. So what have happened now is there's an international level and national level standard organization busily developing management system standard to allow company to be certified for ESG management. So what is your view in this? I can give you an example. In Malaysia, there is a Malaysian organization that developed a standard for ESG management system where CB, certification body, can certify companies about their ESG practices. There's also...
okay, thank you.
Yeah, so
is that the question? Yeah, thank you very much. And the gentleman in the back, is the question for Han?
For Ben.
Sorry, okay, I'm going to take one more question for Han because I cannot have 3 questions for Bennett. My apologies. Anyone have a question for Han? Okay, the miss in the back, yes. My apologies. You need to press the mic.
Okay,
thank you.
Never done that before. So my question is about engaging, because you mentioned that the pressure has to come from really the customers. When it comes to influencing private companies or state-owned or SMEs, etc. So how, especially from a global south perspective, I'm also from India, wherein the customer is not really bothered about the ESG criteria of the product, right? They just want to make a simple living and survive. There's poverty eradication, which is a huge issue in India as well and many other developing countries. So how do we engage or give a voice to customers when the customer doesn't have time to think about ESG or sustainability?
Thank you very much. So let's turn to Bennett first.
Thank you for those two questions. And I'll do the second one first from our friend from Malaysia, and then the first one from the gentleman. And the two really, I think, go together. At least I'll try to connect them. So certification standards, I have varying degrees of familiarity more on the social than the environmental side, but I think it's fair to say that while they've played very, very important roles in standard setting and criteria development, that there are squeaky wheels among the certification standards as well. Some have more qualitative consistency, probably consistency and credibility than others. I'm not familiar with the Malaysian ESG standard, but no doubt a very, very serious one. But I do think that it's important that ESG certification be assured not just by third-party auditors hired by companies, but by NGO watchdogs, civil society, but also by government regulation. And back to the previous session, when necessary, when false claims are made by litigation. So I'm all for certification, provided that they have legitimacy, quality, credibility, consistency. Those are tall orders, but they're possible. On this other question, you've touched on one of the themes and, frankly, contradictions in this whole field that I've tried to think about for a long, long time now, about really the roles and responsibilities of government versus business and investors, the public and private sectors. And this is really hard to hit on the head in, say, 60 seconds or less here. But I feel very clearly, and for what it's worth, passionately, that while we must rely on the private sector, companies, investors, social enterprises, to large degrees, and we have for many, many years, that we also have to count on governments, international institutions, to set standards, to legislate and to regulate where necessary, where possible. And we have an emerging architecture in the sustainability world, in the business and human rights world that I'm more directly involved with over the years, of a mix of voluntary standards, of legislation, of regulation. And I think that we need to continue to evolve more in the mandatory direction. I happen to have been involved with the voluntary principles on security and human rights with the extractive sector over 20 years ago. But we need to move more towards government regulation. But that doesn't mean the private sector is off the hook. It's not an either or, but both proposition. And as for the EU carbon tax, I think this is a step in the right direction, and it's pretty clearly established now in recent months and weeks and studies and journalistic investigations that for all of the progress made in setting carbon emissions reduction standards by industries to different sectors, that we're not making that progress nearly quickly enough, and that we need a carbon tax where we can get them. So I'm a big proponent, for what it's worth, of both corporate responsibility, but frankly, even more fundamentally, government responsibility. And as somebody who's spent much of his career promoting corporate responsibility, what makes me not sleep at night is the fear that we rely more fundamentally on corporate responsibility than government responsibility. It's about both being complementary and mutually reinforcing in different proportions where necessary and where possible. And that EU carbon tax is a good example of what we need in the short to medium term.
Thank you very much, Bennett. Han, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think from a business perspective, right, clients is very, obviously clients is a very big driver. Retail clients different from commercial clients, right? So commercial clients is a partnership and there's a lot of capacity building and working together. Retail clients, like say if you go and you buy a Nestle bottle of milk, is slightly different, right? And so for that, I think important is labeling that can help the customers to really see and distinguish between different types of products, right? But really to work on a larger scale, the most important thing that businesses respond to is regulations. So you know, in terms of clients and retail clients, there's different classes of products that you will see on the shelf of the supermarket, but to respond on the larger scale, it's got to be regulation. So just to respond to, yeah, like I totally agree with you. And also pricing. So CBAM, you know, like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, that carbon tax, that from our experience working with businesses, that really, you know, keep their eyes open and their responses to our solutions and start taking an interest. Before that, they think that it is something that we're going to cost more money, less serious, you know, why do we need to do it? It's nice to have, but not really. But now it's really a good response. So CBAM definitely a very good step in direction.
Thank you very much, Han. And also in this respect, since youth was mentioned, I just wanted to remind everyone that tomorrow at 3:30 in this room, we will have a session on the role of youth and responsible consumption and production. Having said that, I don't want to take any more time speaking myself, so I will give all of my speakers 30 minutes closing remarks, everything they would like to say, but 30 seconds. Apologies again, I seem to have a thing with time. 30 seconds, and yeah, I don't want to interrupt you, so please keep it within 30 seconds. Thank you. Eugene, you may start.
Well, I'm going to use my time to maybe share something with the CSOs. The role of the CSOs have been very important in creating awareness. So all that campaigning, activism, advocacy, it's created the awareness. So it's very important now, and I say this having been on both sides, right, in the official sector and as a CSO, it's very important now to provide solutions, because I think we're at the stage where everyone knows the problem, but we need to start providing solutions, because if we don't provide solutions, what we're doing is we're emphasizing a problem that other people can't solve, and will push them into denial. So it's really, really important the CSOs come together with industry, collaborate with the official sector, develop solutions. I think that's the key message I want to leave behind.
Thank you very much. Han, over to you.
Thank you. So my parting word will be harmonization, speaking for businesses, right? Harmonization of policies and standards that will save a lot of time and expenses for business, maybe less work for us consultant, but it's so important to drive this forward. So harmonization, please.
Thank you. Bennett.
I want to just reinforce Eugene's great point about CSOs, but give it a little more edge, which is CSOs as dialogue partners, project partners, great, but also CSOs as challengers, as advocates, and sometimes as adversaries to really push business, push investors, push governments, push international institutions. If we didn't have human rights activists and human rights defenders, we wouldn't be a quarter of where we are in the business and human rights world. If we didn't have environmental activists, we would be really nowhere, let alone even a tenth of where we need to be by now on the climate crisis. So CSOs are critically important around the world, every country. I worry about CSOs, civic space, both in democracies where in theory there is civic space. In reality, it's getting squeezed. I worry about civic space in countries that don't have full democratic institutions or elections. Vitally important everywhere, frankly under siege almost everywhere. Critically important.
Thank you very much, Bennett. And Bernadette, the final word is yours.
No pressure. So I think very short. Let's not lose sight of what's really important. It's not looking good on paper. Policies are only as good as how well you implement and how well you engage as much as possible the key stakeholders in the implementation.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. And with that, yes, indeed, please give them a round of applause. I would like to thank all of you for your attention, for your engagement, for your questions. Thank you also for staying until the end of today. I'll close the session so that I will not get in trouble with the security of the UN building. Thank you, everyone.
A big thank you, Kevin, and the panel once again. And this was our last session for today, and you're all very welcome back tomorrow. I would just like to request that all the speakers and moderators stay back in the room just a little bit because we have an announcement for you. But everyone else, see you tomorrow. Yeah, and the partners as well. Please stay back just 1 minute or 2 minutes.
How we're getting to dinner?
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing.
I thought so. Because the cat's still raining right now.
Oh, it's not raining? Oh, damn it, yeah.
It says heavy rain. So I was like, okay. I got my umbrella, but.
Yeah, it's a van. No.
Oh, I know. I was downtown. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it took them 4 hours.
Well, we were at an event. It took her 3 hours to get to the airport. And then she made it, and I had to take the metro back. I don't normally like to do that in the rain, so yeah. Maybe it was up to the sidewalk. Thank you very much for we wouldn't want to. It's good. Hi. Oh, hi. Very nice to meet you. Yes. I met Arjun just now. And Joyce, let me just take this photo and I'll come back.
Yeah, sure.
3-hour crap.